Thank you so much. Wow. Oh, you didn't think I could do that? Where's my YouTube chat? Why don't you take another look? Crazy. Yo, what up, everybody? How we doing? Shout out to my blue MAGA heads in the chat. yo, what up, everybody? We're stopping just to tell you, in honor of the blue wave election that we saw yesterday. Blue wave. We have freed the YouTube chat. YouTube chat is now free. Congratulations. For now. But at least this is in honor of the YouTube chat and their contribution to a tremendous victory, a historic victory, a wonderful victory. A Bluenami. Did you listen to the Supreme Court today? I listened to some of it. We are going to listen to some of the oral arguments because there's some good news. Well, we'll see. Never put anything past this Supreme Court, but by their questions, at least the ones that I listened to from the directed at the SG, it gets a pretty good sense of where their mind is at. That is the Supreme Court on the tariff issue. This is a very, very important situation. It's important because this, you could say, is the marquee Trump economic policy that was supposed to be bringing us all of these gains. All of, Americans were supposed to, I guess, have their prices be fixed by tariffs. That was the argument. It was a panacea. It was going to bring us back our jobs, bring back manufacturing, bring back wealth, prosperity, improve the fiscal situation so that we're not like all suffering under the potential. Thank you so much for the membership. Free YouTube. YouTube is now free. So I expect those subs. All right. We're close to 25,000. And then I'll film the Q&A. I hope you guys, if you have questions for the Q&A, you can just put that in the latest post on the YouTube channel. That should still be up. So just put in your questions there. I haven't taken a look at that. So still open for you guys to put your questions in there for the 25K celebration. Not too dissimilar to our celebration tonight for yesterday's wonderful, wonderful victory. Wonderful victory. But yeah, a marquee policy that was supposed to make everything better, and it's under threat. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this. I think first I'll talk about the significance of the victories, but just to preview a little bit the tariff issue. I think there's a lot of fear-mongering around it about what we should like, because there's this kind of feeling from some Democrats or some lib people like the United States population just needs to suffer. That the maximum they should suffer so that they can understand and internalize the cost of their poor decisions. Now, it's a little tougher. Like, I can understand that on an individual level for a lot of people. You're never going to learn if you don't see some consequences for the bad thing that you did, right? You did a bad thing, and so you need to be punished, and that's how you learn. Some of our worst mistakes cause a bunch of harm to yourself or other people, and that's how a lot of individuals learn. But a little bit harder when it's like everyone involved in the ship, when it's affecting other people, especially people who like either couldn't vote, or were just kind of ignorant about the options available to them. So a little bit tougher on, I don't know, I guess a moral level, ethical level. I don't know what you want to call it, but even beyond that, I think people are starting. They already feel it, based on where they're at today, and based on how the Trump administration is lashing out. I don't think that we need to be in support of bad policy, secretly hoping for bad policy to go through. I don't think that we need to do that. And for other reasons that I'll get into about why I don't think it would be that bad to cut off this bad policy. Because it is, in my opinion, really, really bad policy. But there are, I think, mitigating factors that would lend one to not be as concerned regarding it being taken away as a talking point or something. Similar kind of conversations about the ACA credits, where they're like, we should just let the ACA credits expire totally and have prices go through the roof. Because if we alleviate the suffering of the American people, then we won't be able to use it as an argument in 2026. I'm not convinced by that, but we'll talk a little bit about that. What up, Jazzy? I see a lot of familiar faces. I see Andrew in the chat. I see Philly Thruster. I see some Hutch stands in the chat. I see next month's stream. I see Grip Day 1. I see Pepe Frog in here, Desolamure, all the Chicken Marsala. Love you guys. Thank you guys so much for being such loyal supporters, such wonderful viewers. Really appreciate it. Okay, what up, Cadmus? Huge. So let's start with the blue wave, the blue sweep. This was sick, guys. This is sick and super significant. So to all of the black pillars, I hear you. I'm still here for you. But the key for the success of the authoritarian regime, for Trump and friends, for the Republicans, for these bastards, is fear. Fear will always breed doubts and will breed compliance and I think oftentimes weakness. So we can't fall into this doomerism, this fear. That's one of the reasons why I don't like plain defense when it comes to some of these other issues. And speaking of which, there are, I think, some indications of that tonight that the people don't like it when you're just this constantly like apologizing, constant like, prostrating yourself kind of thing. If it doesn't work for the candidates because it breeds discontent, it breeds, feelings that we're not going to be successful, you shouldn't accept it in yourselves when it comes to advocacy, etc. We don't need to be talking about violent anything, right? Don't need to be advocating for that stuff when we can just win elections. Here's I had this thought the other day, and for me it's a secret thought, okay? I don't want you guys to share this around everywhere because I don't want it to sound like I'm complacent that we will succeed in the end. I don't want you to think that I'm not still mindful of the threat of Trump and that I don't think that this is a massive threat and that we could lose. We could lose. So I just want to preface that by saying that. But I was thinking a little bit about my ultimate white pill, which has been percolating in my head. That why aren't we immediately falling to the utter depravities of tyranny in the current day? Why isn't this, in other words, a quicker descent? Why is Trump even in court arguing about the legality of some of this stuff? Why are they even putting up these token legal arguments for this or that? Why is it even the case that they haven't just done a military coup already? And here's something that I've been thinking about. I'm not sure that I'm married to it. And I don't want you spreading this around, so don't clip this. It's my ultimate white pill, and I could be proven wrong. Again, the American electorate and the American people, and even some of the worst members of the Republican Party, I do think in some sense they value the American Republic. I know, shocking, right? In some sense. Not in the sense that we hoped. Not as an ideological thing. The American people, in my opinion, or at least I think that this is not true of everybody, or certainly not of people who vote Democrat, in my opinion. But this middle set of people who will sometimes vote both sides, who are not as plugged in, I think they do value the American Republic, but not ideologically. They are not committed to the principles of republicanism and democracy, liberalism, as an ideological matter, but as a custom, as a reflexive custom, as a ritual, as a kind of muscle memory. So why are we valuing the American Republic and why we value elections? Well, we always do elections. In America, we have elections, and that's how the way we've done it. And there's a muscle memory to it. We value it because we like it. It's one of our ritualistic things. And so when you are talking at people in the 2024 election saying, democracy is on the ballot, republicanism is on the ballot, you're speaking to them from an ideological perspective, but they don't value it in that way because they respect the institutions, the structures of the system so far as it's, part of their cultural upbringing. And it's hard to disentangle them from that. So one of the ways in which this, I think, is shown is the need for a lot of these Republicans to even come out in the press and defend themselves. Right? The fact that they're responding to all these allegations, like, why are they taking the time to go and respond to Gavin Newsom's accusations or the Democrats' characterizations of this or that? It feels like, well, that's what they've always done because they like arguing, right? They like having this shitting on people. Americans love shitting on the government. It's part of their reflexive, collective, cultural consciousness. Not because deep down they're committed ideologically to having the freedom of speech be the safety valve of democracy. They don't think about it in those terms. It's just what they do. They do it because they've always done it, because that's just the way it is. I'm not the only one who's observed the kind of like, yes, relative to where we ought be, the corruption is prominent. The corruption is on full display. The threat to our structure is absolutely real. But the movement of individuals to take that final step, it feels like it's slow, especially when it comes to like just everyone who is almost, it feels like culturally or ritualistically bound to go through the motions. We show up on election day, we cover the elections because that's what we do. And so you have all these MAGA sycophants who are not ideologically committed to democracy in any respect. I mean, they're talking about, certainly not the Constitution, they're talking about like Trump term 3, they're talking about Trump being a king, they're, embracing policies ideologically which stand in contrast to the freedom of speech. But so it's not the ideology, it's the reflexive muscle memory of, let's cover election day, let's make it a stream. Let's respond to Gavin Newsom. Let's go to court and show up and have these arguments. So that to me is the ultimate white pill, that regardless of the maniacal narcissism, ideological rot, fascistic tendencies of the MAGA elites, that it's a bit harder to move the American people and some of these participants, even participants who are in MAGA, to fight against this reflexive, ritualistic muscle memory. It's not something that you're convincing the American people of the, ethical, ideological benefit to liberal democracy, Republican form of government. This is just an idea, again, I'm simmering with it. That's the way Americans have done it. That's the way we should do it, because we've always done it that way. And because it's fun. And because I like shitting on the government. And I like shitting on politicians. And we like having these conversations, these unhinged debates in public. So this is my ultimate white pill. It's not enough, I think, to guard against the authoritarian intrusions, but it does give me some comfort that though the American people, I think, were far too cavalier with the promise of America and with what our institutions can reasonably withhold and withstand, there's this other layer that I didn't quite consider, which is the automatic, the ritualistic, the commitment to a kind of cultural republicanism, if that makes any sense. So let's talk about the elections as such. Don't be blackpilled for 2026 either. Remember, these elections are largely run by the states. They are largely run by the states. There's a set of ground rules that Congress has established, especially for federal elections. A lot of this, what we're going to talk about, are state level elections. even less control for the federal government there. But even in the federal context, it's state as a default and Congress making exceptions and rules, general rules that can like override the states if they want. So that's another white pill, is that the federalism actually works. It's one of the biggest transition points in my ideology, so to speak, over the course of years. I used to be much more unitary. I was like, what the hell is it with these different states? We should just have one government. We should do like France. This is pre-law school Pisco. We should just operate as a unitary government. More efficient, eliminate the deadweight loss, eliminate these regional peculiarities, this class of consultant type compliance people who need to like align regulations of different areas. But over time, I think I've been less concerned about trying to maximize like efficiency in that unitary sense, and more concerned about like preventing the descent into authoritarianism. And in that sense, I think federalism works well. Also, my continued realization that it's kind of impossible to fully eliminate these bureaucracies and inefficiencies in the long term. It just feels like they're always going to be some like weird regulation, some weird interest. That's the nature of humanity, that these people get entrenched, various different stakeholders, interest groups. You're always going to have to talk to someone. No man rules alone. So I've become much less unitary in that respect and much more federal. Federal in the federalism sense. It's kind of funny, and a sign of how I think brilliant Alexander Hamilton was, that he called this new set of loosely affiliated individuals who are in support of the American Constitution Federalists. Because federal implies diffuse power, a federation of different stakeholders and government bodies, right, over a geographic area. Federalizing. So he called them the party, his own party, the Federalist Party. And by doing so, or either the Federalist Party or the Federalists, right, that's their name for themselves, the people who were against the Federalists were the anti-Federalists. Well, that makes it seem like you guys are against a federation. You're in favor of big government. So even though the Federalists were in favor of a more unitary government, it almost paints the anti-Federalists as the ones who are in favor of a more central government. So kind of so understand that when someone refers to the federal government, they can either be talking about the unitary government, the more unitary government, the more central government in Washington, D.C., federal authority, federal power, or the concept of federalism, which actually is counter to unitary government, and where you have different sovereigns at issue there. Kind of a interesting, propagandistic tool, similar to how the National Socialists call themselves socialists. In some respects, there's some similarities ideologically, but by and large, it's just a moment of revolutionary thought, or this feeling that we're going to capture a lot of this sentiment that is socialistic in nature. Even though, obviously, one of the big enemies of the National Socialists were the communists and certainly the labor advocates, that kind of stuff. So, yeah, interesting kind of propagandistic tool there. But yeah, no, I appreciate the federalism of our country more and more every year, and certainly under Trump V2. So don't get blackpilled. Plenty to be optimistic about. And yesterday was a great example. I mean, goddamn, every election of consequence utterly won, utterly demolished in every conceivable way. Big picture news, right? Overperformance in the polls, practically in every race for Democrats. Remember, New Jersey, Virginia were won by Harris by 6 points. That was the baseline. The polls had in New Jersey race up to like within 3 points. She's winning by like 12, 13 points. That's Mikey Sherrill. Spanberger ahead, 7-8? Winning by 15. Double what the poll said, like almost triple. Thank you so much, Benny Johnson, for the sub on Twitch. Almost triple the amount of the actual victory by Harris in 2024. In Georgia, statewide races won by 20 points statewide? I think the first time in decades that we've had a statewide office where Democrats have actually won. That's maybe the biggest shock of the entire night. Pennsylvania, overperformance on the judges. California, massive overperformance on Proposition 50, which was the redistricting. Some incredible gains, or you could say reversions to the norm, and then exceeding the reversion to the norm when it comes to Hispanic voters across different jurisdictions. I don't even know what the silver lining is for Republicans. I don't think that there is one. What are some conclusions that I draw? Conclusion number one is they don't have a strategy besides Trump. They don't have a positive project at all, right? How did Glenn Youngkin win? Some feelings of discontent when it came. This is the current governor of Virginia, soon to be former governor of Virginia. How did he win? One is it's an off year after a Democrat victory. So those are the kind of baseline expectations, but also education, right? This feeling that the Dems were overstepping on education, playing to those fears. Not a really positive project. And they don't really have a character of themselves besides Trumpism. You're seeing a lot of cope from MAGA influencers, which are the problem is they ran too far away from Trump. And that, I think, is the wrong lesson to learn. It's the wrong lesson to learn because they tried running to Trump in 2022. They had Trump handpicked candidates practically everywhere. Oz in Pennsylvania, Herschel Walker in Georgia. Name some of the other ones. Mastriano as governor in Pennsylvania. All got trounced. Let me think of other candidates in 2022. That was an off-year cycle as well. So the Trumpism thing doesn't seem to work absent Trump's placement on the ballot. Yeah, Carrie Lake. So that's and so what's the plan here? Because Trump is old. I'm not saying that I want him to be hurt or anything. I'm not in favor of political violence, but Trump is going to die. He's an old man. No individual has been able to evade death. And he's term limited. They can try, and I'm the first person to say, I think that there are valid, by which I mean legal, ways for Trump to assume office a third time. I actually do think that that's true. I'm not a hack. I'm going to tell you my actual thoughts. I don't think that there are any viable ways for him to do that that wouldn't probably get a huge backlash and be too much trouble and too complicated for the electorate to follow. But he's officially term limited. And he's old. He's not all there. So there are people who are coping about, well, just run to Trump. Well, not everyone can do Trump. Trump's children can't do Trump. J.D. Vance can't do Trump. He doesn't have that aura. They just don't. They're missing that special sauce, the je ne sais quoi. Right? Talk about the most forced, dumb shit. You think Trump would ever... Do you see J.D. Vance dressing up as the meme of himself? To me, it comes off as cringe, and they're turning on this sort of individual that's trying to mimic Trump or to be Trump, but not contain his different multitudes and funniness and stuff. Like, they're not accepting his offspring. And there's now this civil war where the Groypers are becoming legitimized by some members of the Republican institutional class. But that's certainly where the energy is when it comes to the youth, is these like new set of right-wing populists that frankly are not looking for a J.D. Vance type. They're not looking for the current Republicans who are now on offer. And the thing of what they're looking at is uglier even than Trump. So I don't actually know if running to Trump is a strategy absent hanging on his coattails when he's actually on the ballot. So that's cope. The other cope is these elections didn't matter because they're off-year elections. I think that's cope because even given that, we weren't expecting this kind of overperformance. And they're coupled with a set of troubling indicators so far as the overall, position of the Republican Party. The economic numbers in terms of dissatisfaction with Trump economically, that is just horrible. And you never saw it in the first term. Never, ever. And that is having effects downstream. They are not able to credibly argue, the Republicans that is, that they care about cost of living when there's this shadow, this penumbra of the kind of anti-cost of living, anti-inflation reduction policies by Republicans. Hard to run as someone who cares about you when you support a president who's increasing taxes on Americans, decreasing benefits paid to help alleviate this kind of rise in healthcare expenditures, housing, that kind of stuff. And then giving out billions to Argentina and raking in billions corruptly for your crypto scams or whatever. So there's the hanging specter of the Trump policies. But those just exacerbate a fundamental, in my opinion, lack of vision. I heard the Charlie Kirk podcast, now sans Charlie Kirk, but all of his friends, right, talk about this a little bit with respect to the filibuster. The filibuster, they were talking about like, well, this shows that the shutdown is really fucking with down ballot Republicans. I don't doubt that at all. It's probably true. But one of them pipes up and says something that's true. It's like, what's your plan? If you get rid of the filibuster, you're just going to open the government up? But what would you do after that? I mean, you're now unlocking a very powerful tool that a lot of presidents have been the bane of their existence for years. What would you actually do with that? And I don't think that there's a lot of answers. That's one of the reasons when we spoke with Hutch on Live and Learn, I'm like less concerned about the Republican. The reason why I'm not as concerned about the Republicans getting rid of the filibuster under their watch is because I think that they realize, A, it gives them a good excuse to like not be pressured by Trump specifically or their voters. So less difficult votes, less uncomfortable situations for themselves. But they don't have tons of plans, positive projects that they want to accomplish that aren't going to tank the party's approval even further. So, yeah, I mean, that's an indication that the federal is more and more becoming local. We are seeing that the issues presented nationally are really connected to perceptions locally. Even when they say, Trump didn't affect my vote, whatever, it's correlating. But also the lack of any policy coherence from the Republicans, from Trump himself, who seems to be more worried about the ballroom, more worried about his airplane, more worried about the Nobel Peace Prize. Not a lot to run on. What, are you going to run on the big, beautiful bill? So, yeah, I mean, all of this is bad. It's not because the elections themselves are super significant, though they are, right? control of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court is hugely significant in a consequential state. Control of the governor's office in Virginia is super important. And yes, the AG office in Virginia matters a lot. When the federal government stops enforcing federal law against their cronies, well, guess what? There are state analog prosecutors. In Virginia, that's right out of DC. The redistricting fight in California is about as important an election that happened yesterday. That is like over the margin. The difference right now between Hakeem Jeffries being speaker and Mike Johnson. So those 5 seats matter a shit ton. So these elections were consequential, right? But even putting aside their instrumental value in and of themselves, the elections signal weakness. There's blood in the water, metaphoric blood in the water, and everyone is smelling it. And now, the fear that has gripped Democrats for the last year, now we get to push some of that fear back onto Republicans. And not just about policy and losing elections, but payback. And I want you to carry that triumphalism with you for this next year. Not 1 foot off the gas pedal. Because I don't just want to win elections. I want payback. Just like, by the way, everyone who's paying these illegal taxes should get their money paid back. We need to win elections and also punish the corrupt oligarchs who try to ruin our country. Trump is not engaged on this level. The most he has to say is just the filibuster reform. That and the intimation that he's going to start wars in Nigeria and Venezuela, which he might. This last year has been a complete disaster of an administration. The single worst year in the last, I don't know how much time, in terms of the presidency and its accomplishments. Massive corruption, no decrease in cost of living, none of the promises that the American people relied on when they did their votes being kept. The promises that were kept are all the stupid, corrupt bullshit. On immigration, he's underwater. On all these issues, he's underwater. Thank you so much for the super chat. More Republican states than just Texas gerrymandered. Prop 50 means almost nothing of other. But I mean, obviously, it doesn't mean nothing, right? That's just silly. That's like saying, like, okay, the return gerrymandering of Democrats doesn't mean anything unless we totally neutralize what they did. That doesn't make any sense. If you make the hole easier to climb out of, then it does mean something. To the extent that you're significantly making it easier to climb out of, then it means something, right? And Virginia obviously is now in play to have an easier time redistricting, because not only did the Democrats win in the statewide offices, but also in the House of Delegates. They either have a supermajority in the House of Delegates or are approaching a supermajority in the House of Delegates. So that'll make Virginia redistricting like much easier. So yeah, I mean, and also redistricting will only help to a certain extent. If Democrats, and I see this from Chicken Marcel, who's absolutely correct, if Democrats are able to overperform to the extent that they did yesterday, where we're talking like what, 7-8 point overperformance from polls, and what are Democrats right now in the generic coming into a midterm? +2, 3. If we're overperforming by 8 points in a +3 environment, +11 doesn't matter. That's a sweep. That is bigger than the 2018 sweep. So just keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. The gerrymandering will absolutely fuck over us at those like 3, 4, 5, 6. But when you start talking about plus 10, plus 11, I mean, some of these districts, Loudoun County in Virginia, did you see that like massive overperformance from Harris? So it's a good omen. Good omen. All very good. So good because of the instrumental value of the races themselves, because they are valuable races. And additionally, very positive because of what it signals about the state of the country and potential ways that Democrats can press their advantage and mitigate. It starts to make some of the gains from the Republicans in 2024 in this like multiracial, multi-ethnic, more wide coalition seemingly go away. You sound like I mean, I'm just telling you what I think. I just say it like I feel it. Tell it like it is. All right, so that's the big picture on the races. Oh, mayoral. Mamdani, I think it's a great victory. I see some people like underselling it because, well, Mayor Adams won by more against Curtis Sliwa. Obviously, very different race. We have Andrew Cuomo, who has pretty universal name recognition, who is running as a more traditional Democrat. Kind of changes the ballpark than if it's just Curtis Sliwa or whatever, right? So he did underperform relative to where the polls had some of the polls, right? So I'm pretty sure like Atlas had him at like +4, so he overperformed that. But the average poll had him like between 12 and 15 points ahead, and he was like a 9-point victory. But a lot of that I think has to do with hurting behind Cuomo from Sliwa voters, who like a ton of cannibalization of the Sliwa vote went to Cuomo. More than was expected by the polls. So I think it's a comfortable victory for Mamdani, despite the fact that he technically probably underperformed the polling average. I gave his speech like a B. I like some of the like non-apology stuff, the triumphalism. I think it could have been a bit more unifying, to be honest, and a bit shorter. And it was a bit like there were some hype moments for sure, but like sometimes a bit stilted. But I thought the Van Jones like response, like, "Oh my god, this is the word," like that was so fucking played out. And certainly like the Scott Jennings, CNN people, like they're so fucking annoying and obnoxious. Yeah, quoting Eugene Debs was a choice. We're gonna cover the oral arguments when we get to the tariffs in a second, but just going over some of the incredible Democratic victories. Incredible Democratic victories. Let me think of other stuff on my mind about the election. Oh yeah, some of the responses. Additionally, I'm seeing people. Some people suggest that like, oh, this was a night for progressive. This was a night for moderates. I think it was a night for both. I think these are different electorates. I have no problem reconciling that like certain candidates are better for certain places. I think that there ought to be a more tangible identity of the Democratic Party. I've always been saying that. It doesn't need to be endlessly elastic, but it should be elastic. Democrats do need to be able to be competitive in multiple places, and that's going to require Democrats to be flexible. Not totally flexible. I think there should be some coherence, but I have no problem saying that this was a Democratic win across the board. I didn't see a lot of the infighting that my boy Hutch is seeing on. I think I saw him put a tweet that was like, what was it? This should be a good night, and yet such and such is happening. There's this infight. I didn't really see a ton of that. I saw a lot of clowning on MAGA and conservatives, which I think is great. I'm one of these, you know me, I'm one of these kumbaya people who thinks that we need to join hands and fight against the threat and focus our attention on that, but you might think differently. You might think differently. Wick is already coping that the win last night was because the Dems and not the left. Even I think it was because you can make this similar arguments. What can I say? I think that Cuomo represented like a more moderate Dem, right? So if it was a night for moderate Dems, like a totally vindicated night for moderate Dems, why didn't you see that there? And if you're like, well, that's New York, well, yeah, well, that's fine. Then you can just say, well, that's New York and this is Virginia and that's New Jersey. So then if they're just too different to compare, then why are we like looking to that as the defining sort of the night if it's just like incomparable? I think the through line here is Republicans are losing on the issues. Trump is losing on the issues. Trump is losing on the argument. And the through line is fight back against Trump. That's Newsom. Fight on cost of living. That's Mamdani. That's Spanberger. That's Mikey Sherrill. These are the through lines. Are the issues, cost of living, anti-Trump, anti-corruption, and dissatisfaction. That I think is a through line. Beyond that, I think these are elections that seem too particular to draw that conclusion. Cuomo was the Roy Moore of the New York City. Now I know you. Like, no way. How was Cuomo the Roy Moore? You know who the Roy Moore of the night was? The Roy Moore of the night was Jay Jones who won. Jay Jones who won. And you could tell, given the overperformance, I called this early on from Spanberger. I was like, if this overperformance in Spanberger holds, it doesn't matter if this margin difference to Jay Jones is going to win. Sam and Emma were kind of salty. I would need to see that if they were salty. They were fairly angry that moderate Dems got any coverage. I would need to see that. Maybe. And to be honest, Pisco, if you didn't politically agree with Mamdani, you'd be crowing how poorly the candidate did. He barely got over. No, I wouldn't. That's like a almost 10-point victory as an avowed democratic socialist. And against the political like juggernaut in Cuomo. You have to understand, he is a household name. If it were just Mamdani versus Sliwa and that was I would be like, this is bad. But it's too, like, no. I don't think that is at all a poor showing by Mamdani. Like, think about where your expectations were for Mamdani before the primary stuff. Like, that he would win in, like, almost 10 points. That's a really impressive clinical victory. And the peculiarities of the race, the it's not just two candidates. So I don't think it's a bad showing by Mamdani. I think it's a good, decent showing by Mamdani. I don't think it's a 20-point underperformance. The average of polls was not 30 plus Mamdani. 30. What are you talking about? So people who say this need a reality check. When you're just saying things that are objectively not true. It's not 20 points underperformance. It's about probably 5-point underperformance, 6-point underperformance. So yeah. Yeah, and it's like two Dems, yeah. Eric Adams won by 45 or something. No, he didn't. He was 60. Oh, he might have. Wait. But I explained why that's different. Wait, Adams 2021. He got 60 something. Hang on. And Sliwa got like maybe it's 20 something. You might be right about that. But like it wasn't a 20-point underperformance. That's not the metric we go by. Oh yeah, so it was a 40-point win for Adams versus Sliwa. But I explained why that's different, right? Oh, if this were the case where it was Mamdani versus Sliwa and he got a 50-point to like 40 something, I would agree with you, but that's just not the case. That's not what you compare to. Adams was running against another Dem, right? Like if you had some other Dem, like imagine that Adams was against Cuomo and Sliwa, and he had like 51, like that would be a mandate. Of course it would. Mantis, Pisco, my man. We won big. Yeah, huge. Very bricked up. What up, Mantis? It should be like, why, right? Like, it should be the metric. The metric should be a completely different race with completely different dynamics. It makes no sense. It'd be like comparing the presidential election of Clinton versus Perot versus HW based on like the absolute number of votes or percentages in that three-way race, or like comparing Teddy Roosevelt and versus Wilson and Taft with like a traditional two-person race. Why would we think of the same? We have runoffs for a reason. Like, what is your intuition that like that should be the metric? The metric should be we should treat this two-candidate race with only two viable candidates. You know what I mean, right? You know, Sliwa wasn't really viable in any election, so but you know what I mean. Two major candidates who are polling over 5%. It's too different, man. You should be honest enough, like, to admit that. I'm honest enough to admit that he underperformed the polls, obviously, yeah. But I just think it's still a impressive victory. But you should be honest enough to be like, no, that's not the comparison that you think it is. But in general, I want to shout out to Hakeem Jeffries. You know, guys, I've been shitting on Hakeem Jeffries quite a bit for a bunch of different reasons that we can talk about. He was a bit muted with the Mamdani thing initially, but then he, wholeheartedly. That's just a side note, guys. Don't get to fucking. I just know when you say something like this, you're like, congratulations to our great candidates from Virginia, from New Jersey, our great House of Delegates wins in Virginia, and we had a great victory in California, and then all our other local candidates. It's definitely a muted response on CNN. That was the first thing I was responding to, so don't get twisted. I'm not. But in general, I thought that Jeffries, he sold the victories very well in a coherent way. And the CNN anchors and whatever pundits were not, like, they were throwing some potential landmines for him. He was ducking and weaving and dodging, doing a really good job, I think, of presenting unity in that immediate aftermath. So despite all the negativity that I've put at Jeffries in the past weeks and days, I thought his immediate reaction to some of these races was poised and good, and he seemed like he did a good job in the immediate interview circuits. Well, time will tell. If it's obviously a lot easier to do that kind of stuff when you have these convincing victories, but I did think that Jeffries did a good job selling the victories, and I thought he did a decent job explaining and selling and spinning everything and all the kind of what about this? What about that? Who's the leader of the party? That kind of stuff. And I think he handled it pretty well. So kudos. You know what I mean? I keep it real. I keep it honest. People don't know how fair I am. And they especially will never understand how balanced I am. But that's just me being 100 with y'all. Any other takeaways from yesterday? What happened in Miami? I don't even know how to make sense of these numbers. I don't even know what this is. I just see blue and red, bros. These are primaries, I guess. These are runoff. That guy in my chat's gonna be like, the number you should compare. You should compare this to a runoff election. This one was impressive. The Georgia. Look at this statewide election. Most impressive. Most impressive. Okay. Apology tour for Schumer. To be honest, this shutdown is 10 times % more politically effective than Iran. They're not mutually exclusive. They are not mutually exclusive. And I think that there's plenty of time. There was plenty of time to fight on both fronts. I don't know why we wouldn't. And that's what people will never be able to demonstrate is why fighting now is preclusive with fighting then. Our position is you should be fighting at every opportunity of leverage. That's the position. You could just easily say, look, the Democrats are winning the narrative. When they apply leverage, we wasted a bunch of time not doing that earlier. I could just turn it around like that. And again, there's nothing mutually exclusive. So I don't see how you made your case at all. So the Doge shutdown didn't make sense. I mean, you say that now because you're basking in the victory of the but I'm just thinking of what we could have won and where we would be in terms of the overall fight for the country. Tagging him more with Elon Musk and yeah, I think that there's this constant, in my opinion, my personal opinion, feeling of scarcity, the politics of scarcity, where it's like we are so frightened of what we could lose that we never, I forget, there's a specific name for this kind of thinking. Risk averse, maybe. That we're not properly calculating what we could gain and the lost potential gains. And I value that more than some people do. But again, you can think whatever you want to think. I'm calling balls and strikes as I see them. But we'll move on in a second to the legal happenings. Legal happenings. Okay. Seeing no other objection. Let's first start with Comey. So this was a little noticed motion, but I noticed it. And boy, did I love it. Because it really cements the problems with this indictment against Comey. Some of the issues that we're going to see. I'm not going to read it all, but I'm just going to give you the long and short of it. This is a motion arguing that the indictment with respect to a false statement allegation as to Comey. Remember, Comey is being charged with providing false testimony to Congress. That the statement itself and the question, as a matter of law, are not able to be charged. That the questions are either too ambiguous or for other reasons. It's just not a cognizable false statement charge. This is separate from Comey's motions regarding the illegal appointment of Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, and separate from the motion of vindictive prosecution. So this is, you might think, a third motion to dismiss, which has to do with like the sufficiency of the indictment's allegations. So a motion to dismiss, like, based on the literal terms of the indictment and what was alleged. And so one part of this motion has to do with, like, are the facts as alleged, is it even a type of false statement charge that we can claim is a crime? Very interesting, some of the arguments there. I want to share them with you. We're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to skip to them so you can see them in a condensed version. And then the separate part of this motion is saying that on its face, right, that the statement is literally true. That they are literally true, regardless of like the back and forth on what happened, who leaked. But even like assuming that Comey was saying things that weren't true, that the statement he gave was literally true. So it says feels too factual to actually dismiss potentially. You'll see. Okay, so we're going to skip right to it. So count 1 seeks to punish him for responding to Ted Cruz's fundamentally ambiguous questions with literally true answers. So those are like kind of the two components of it. It's like the question and answer are kind of like too ambiguous or too, they're not cognizable as a matter of law. Neither of those questions or answers can serve as a basis for violation. And then that they're literally true, like regardless of the substantive allegations about who leaked what. And you'll see. So let's get just right to, well, first, this is important. This is really important. This is the exchange from Grassley. So remember, the Comey indictment relates to 2020 testimony. They really tried to sneak you in under the statute of limitations, 5-year statute of limitations, for testimony given to Ted Cruz regarding testimony given to Chuck Grassley in 2017. So it's like a loop in the 2020 to loop in the 2017. Okay? So that's the backdrop. So you first need to understand the colloquy between Chuck Grassley in 2017 and James Comey in 2017. Okay? So Grassley, Director Comey, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters related to the Trump investigation or Clinton investigation? Okay? Keywords that I'll highlight for reasons. Comey says never. Question 2 on relatively related. Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation? We have discovered that person 1, there were 3 figures that were quote unquote unknown, like person 1, 2, and 3. We learned that person 1 is Clinton. Person 2 is Trump. He doesn't appear in the actual indictment, though, person 2, because the grand jury did not go through with this charge. And person 3 is Dan Richman. Okay, this is just what we know from the government. The government told us this. So we now know what the story is. And the alleged false statement relates to Hillary Clinton and relates to Dan Richman. So it doesn't relate to Russiagate at all. It doesn't relate to Crossfire Hurricane at all. It's just about the Clinton investigation. So that's what we know the actual charge is about. And so now let's go to Ted Cruz's question and answer. Remember, this is the actual alleged false statement is related to Ted Cruz's question and James Comey's answer. The Grassley exchange is only relevant insofar as the Cruz colloquy is invoking things that Comey said to Chuck Grassley. We're reading verbatim, the exchange. On May 3rd, 2017, in this committee, Chairman Grassley asked you point blank, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters related to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation? You responded under oath, never. He then asked you, have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton administration? So notice right off the bat that Cruz is like misspeaking. That'll become relevant for purposes later. You responded again under oath, no. Now, as you know, Mr. McCabe, who works for you, has publicly and repeatedly stated that he leaked information to the Wall Street Journal. Not true, or this is true, and that you were directly aware of it and that you directly authorized it. That is not true. So that he never said. So Cruz is lying there. Now, what Mr. McCabe is saying and what you testified to this committee cannot both be true. One or the other is false. Who is telling the truth? So what's the question here, right? What's the question? The question that Ted Cruz gives is, who is telling the truth, you or Mr. McCabe? Now, understand, and what the lawyers are going to point out is, this is already like a fundamental false dichotomy, because McCabe never said that Comey authorized it, right? But it's also confusing as fuck, both because of the misstep here of the Clinton administration, the Trump investigation. Remember, Comey did not preside over a Trump investigation. He presided over investigation into the Trump campaign, but Trump himself was not under investigation until he fired Comey. So Comey did not preside over an investigation into Trump. He presided over an investigation into the Trump campaign. And he certainly did not investigate the Clinton administration, which was not around for like 17 plus years, right? He didn't investigate any administration. So like already we're getting into territory where like, well, hang on. Let's think about, and there's case law, right? Suggesting in order for you to charge someone for a false statement, the question needs to be significantly clear enough to like a reasonable person that we can actually attribute the kind of criminal intent behind the answer. So imagine someone said, I don't know, I think I heard you, but yes. Like, you can think of various different situations in which you load questions, make them ambiguous, ask compound questions, where just as a matter of law, if the question and answer are not significantly clear, you just can't charge based on it. That's part of the argument here. And look at what Comey says. I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by the testimony. What does this not say? First question I'll ask you, is James Comey responding to the question? Or is he dodging the question? Is he actually answering the question? I'll answer for you. He's not answering the question. He's just saying, I stand by my statement. Does Comey say my statement was accurate? Does he say my statement was truthful? No. He says, I stand by my testimony. My testimony is the same. I'm testifying now and standing by my statement. So he's adopting, if you were against Comey here, maybe you would say, he's adopting the statement and reiterating his testimony. But literally, right? What is he doing? He's just saying, I stand by it. Is that true or not? I don't think it's directly responsive to the question of who's telling the truth between you and McCabe. I stand by my testimony 2017. Like, that's not directly responsive. But all he's saying is he stands by his testimony. Whether it's truthful or false, it turns on whether he actually stands by it, right? Whether it's truthful or false turns on whether he was accurate when he was saying he stands by it. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is it wrong to feel better about the tariff decision after SCOTUS oral argument? No, and we'll get into that. So now read some of this argument. The case law says this part of the government's, the charge allows you to charge people who give materially false answers to clear questions. But the burden is on the questioner to pin down the witness on the specific object of the questioner's inquiry. Precise questioning is imperative as a predicate for the offense of perjury. The perjury statute cannot be invoked so long as the witness speaks the literal truth. So those are the two principles. One is like, the question needs to be clear. The question and answer need to be clear. Otherwise, you can't charge perjury. If something's unclear, then you can't charge for a false statement. And second, if it's a literal truth, you can't charge it. Applying those principles here, count one must be dismissed. He alleges that the government alleges that Comey made a false statement. But those questions, that is the Cruz questions, right? In order to have a false statement, you need to have questions that are sufficiently clear, which require Mr. Comey to recall statements he had made 3 years prior and simultaneously address other individuals' alleged statements were fundamentally ambiguous. Nor can Comey's literally true answers support a conviction. So here's their first argument on count one, which relates to count two, in that it needs to be dismissed because it relies on a particular interpretation of a fundamentally ambiguous questions. An answer to a fundamentally ambiguous question may not, as a matter of law, form a basis for false statement. Citing this opinion Mosby, the purpose of the rule of fundamental ambiguity is threefold: to preclude convictions grounded on surmise or conjecture, prevent witnesses from unfairly bearing the risk of inadequate examination, and encouraging witnesses to testify, right? So there are policy reasons, additionally potentially to due process and notice reasons, why it would be important to prevent false statement convictions on the basis of fundamentally ambiguous questions. We want to encourage witnesses to testify. We don't want witnesses to bear the risk of like bad questions. And we don't want you to be convicted based on like assumptions and conjecture. To achieve these goals, courts have required near absolute clarity from the questioner to support a perjury charge. A false statement charge that rests on a particular interpretation of a fundamentally ambiguous question must be dismissed. Whether a predicate question is fundamentally ambiguous is a question of law, and citing a bunch of case law for that proposition. And if a court decides that predicate question is fundamentally ambiguous, the charge must be dismissed if it does not allege the defendant's answer was false under every interpretation of the question. So If you have an ambiguous question, if the answer is false as to all of the different interpretations, you can keep it. But if there's a way in which it can be interpreted, the fundamentally ambiguous question, in which it is not false, or in which it is not conceivable as false, then it can't stand. So the first part of the inquiry is, were Cruz's questions fundamentally ambiguous? A question is fundamentally ambiguous if there are multiple ways to interpret it, and men of ordinary intellect would not agree on which interpretation is correct. So here's this is the question, right? Who's telling the truth? Is this a perfectly clear question? And so now Comey's lawyers are about to raise a bunch of objections to the clarity of this question. The first, I think, is that it's compound. Courts regularly deem compound questions fundamentally ambiguous when they make it difficult for a witness to tell which part of the question he should respond to. So the first thing that Comey cited is like, if you have a compound question and it's unclear what you're meant to respond to, then it's ambiguous. Other factors that bear on whether a question is fundamentally ambiguous include the context of the question and answer, the inherent vagueness of certain words and phrases, and defects in syntax or grammar in question. Cruz's questions are fundamentally ambiguous because people of ordinary intellect would not be expected to understand that he meant to ask a broad question about Comey's interactions with anyone at the FBI, including Dan Richman, during a colloquy focused on Mr. McCabe. On the contrary, a reasonable person readily would have understood Cruz to be asking only whether Comey had specifically authorized McCabe. So the first part of this is, anyone who reads this question understands him to be asking about McCabe. Now, does it make sense that Comey would be responding to a question broader than Mr. McCabe? I mean, look at everything. He's citing different reports about McCabe. He's talking specifically about McCabe. He references it multiple times. And then in his follow-up, same thing with McCabe. And he's not being charged on McCabe. He's being charged on Dan Richman. When a government official combines two or more discrete inquiries in one question but elicits a single response, it may be impossible to know which question he believed he was answering. As relevant here, Cruz asked Comey two questions, each of which contained a discrete inquiry about Mr. McCabe and a discrete inquiry about FBI officials more broadly. As a prelude to his first question, Cruz described the 2017 exchange between Comey and Grassley. Cruz did not stop and ask Comey whether his statements to Grassley were true, right? He didn't stop and say, was this the case? He continued on to describe a statement by Mr. McCabe. He then asked, who's telling the truth? By structuring his question that way, Senator Cruz raised two issues: whether Comey was telling the truth in 2017 about Grassley, or whether McCabe was telling the truth in what Senator Cruz incorrectly characterized as Mr. McCabe's recent statements. But instead of asking Mr. Comey to address each of these issues separately, he only asked Comey to address the question of whether Mr. Comey or Mr. McCabe was telling the truth. So do you understand? So the first part of it is describing, essentially, the exchange with Grassley, which was broader, and the second part was just about McCabe. So which one was he responding to? That's the compound nature of it that they're calling out. The compound structure of Cruz's second question was nearly identical to the first. After Comey responded to the first question, Cruz stated, so your testimony is you never authorized anyone to leak. Senator Cruz then paused and after a moment proceeded to ask a question, and Mr. McCabe, if he says contrary, is not telling the truth. Is that correct? By structuring his comment and question that way, Cruz signaled to Comey he should specifically address Mr. McCabe. So by structuring it as McCabe, in both instances, right, there was two questions. So here's question one, McCabe, McCabe. That's why they're saying there's like a parallel structure here. And it's compound in nature, so says Comey's lawyers. Courts have regularly determined that similar compound questions are fundamentally ambiguous. In Landau, for instance, the government had asked the defendant, a general contractor whose work for a company had been delayed due to union picketing, whether he had told the company or its representatives that he had to make payments to the union or that it was necessary because of the union's picketing that it cost you more money. The court held the question was fundamentally ambiguous because it compounded two separate inquiries, whether payments were necessary and whether the picketing cost more money, and elicited a single response. Accordingly, the court concluded that the question could not, as a matter of law, support a perjury conviction. In Rendon Marquez, the court determined the following question on INS form was too ambiguous to support a conviction under Section 1001. Have you knowingly committed any crime or offense for which you have not been arrested? Or have you been arrested, cited, charged, indicted, convicted, fined, or imprisoned for breaking or violating any law or ordinance, including traffic violations? The court explained, thank you so much for the follow, that the form asked two separate and distinct questions, but provided space for only one yes or no answer. Likewise, each of Senator Cruz's, so like the answer could have been like for both, answer yes if either, right? But the court saying it's two discrete questions. Likewise, each of Cruz's questions compound two separate inquiries: whether Comey was telling the truth in 2017 and whether Mr. Comey had authorized McCabe to be an anonymous source, but asked for the equivalent of a yes or no as to the second. Any reasonable witness would have found it difficult to know that Cruz wanted Comey to answer the binary question just asked and to address the prior comments, especially when the questioner did not confront Comey with what the government is now claiming he then and there knew about Richmond, but confronted Comey with McCabe. So that is the first piece of evidence about the quote-unquote fundamental ambiguity of Comey's question posed to Comey, and then Cruz's question to Comey and Comey's answer. That it's compound. That's number one, ambiguous. Two, Cruz's use of alternating narrow and broad questions reinforces that the line of questioning was fundamentally ambiguous, even if the use of compound questions did not by itself make those questions fundamentally ambiguous. Context confirms that Comey could not have reasonably known that Cruz was asking him to answer a broad question about anyone at the FBI when he was asking a specific question about McCabe. As noted, the context of the question and answer can establish that a witness could not have understood what he was being asked. Accordingly, the court must look to the context, right? So you have to look at the broader picture, not just the question and answer. As relevant here, context can establish that the defendant would have understood a facially broad question to have a much narrower focus. The Third Circuit's decision in Serafini, which affirmed the district court's pretrial dismissal of a perjury charge, is instructive. As part of an investigation to suspected campaign finance violations, the government asked the defendant a series of 3 questions about a $2,000 check he had received from his nephew, ostensibly a reimbursement for his $1,000 donation to Bob Dole's presidential campaign. Question 1, is there any check that you're received that reimburse you other than the $2,000 check from your contribution? No. Is there another check that you're aware of that is connected to this investigation, to this Dole contribution, other than the $2,000? Not other than what you've shown me today? No. Did you receive any other money, whether by cash or check or any other form, from Michael at or around this time period you made your Dole contribution? I can't remember. However, we transfer money back and forth. After discovering that the $2,000 had served to reimburse both the defendant and his aide for respective $1,000 contributions, the government charged the defendant with making a false statement in response to question 2. The government claimed that question 2 had asked the defendant to identify any other check he was aware of, and that he had been aware of at least 2 others, the aide's check and his check. The Third Circuit held that question 2 was fundamentally ambiguous because, read in context, the question takes on a particular meaning wholly at odds with the broad, open significance the government now seeks to attribute to it. So, like, he's asking if he's aware of any other checks besides the 2000 one, which like included other potential money transfers or checks in that question. And they're like, aha, but you knew as part of this, like this 2000, there were other checks regarded. So there is another check. And so it's broad. So they're like, no, you got to read it in context. Context shows the questions at issue here were even more ambiguous and unfair than those in Serafini, as Mr. Comey was expressly invited to answer only the narrower questions. As explained above, Cruz began by summarizing Comey's response to Grassley's broad question about having ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source, but Cruz then narrowed his focus, incorrectly asserting that McCabe said that you authorized it, which again, it's a lie. Remember when that guy I was debating? I wish I had more debates. I don't know what's going on with these MAGA people. They don't want to debate. But the guy was like, I forget what he said. He was like, we have the Cruz letter. Cruz is like lying, not understanding what's going on. And even Cruz's letter to the DOJ that he cited for like evidence of Comey's guilt was acknowledging that they don't have a contradiction. In other words, a reasonable witness most readily would have understood Cruz to be asking him to specifically address whether he had authorized McCabe. Similarly, although Cruz began his second question by referencing the general statement, he narrowed it again, asking about Mr. McCabe. Context thus underscores count 1 rests on a fundamentally ambiguous question. To be sure, even if the narrow and broad interpretations were equally plausible, the questions were fundamentally ambiguous. As the indictment frames it, Cruz's question was whether Comey had authorized someone else to be an anonymous source, but that quoted language is taken from a statement by Senator Cruz that is a preface to the question that followed 4 seconds later. Read in context, the question takes on a particular meaning wholly at odds with the broad open-ended thing. It's about McCabe. So by pretending that his answer related to the general statement that Comey gave about leaks, they're misleading, right? Because it's ambiguous whether or not the answer pertained to McCabe or whether it pertained to the broader statement. Now, the reason this is in fact bound is it doesn't turn on whether or not Comey actually was, it doesn't turn on whether Comey actually authorized a leak, doesn't turn on whether or not he lied. It just turns on the question and answer, their literal meaning, and whether they're ambiguous. So none of this is bound up in factual determinations by the jury. It's just looking at the statement, looking at whether the question is ambiguous or not. You get me? You'll debate cool maps. If you're a MAGA, you can debate, for sure. We will interrupt anything to debate MAGA. Senator's questions were riddled with other ambiguities that would have made it difficult for any reasonable person to understand them. Cruz's focus on McCabe is alone sufficient to establish fundamental ambiguity. But there's more. Cruz's questions were riddled with other ambiguities. Cruz asked Comey to affirm or deny prior testimony that he authorized someone else to be an anonymous source in the news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton administration. As of May 2017, there was no Trump investigation. There was an investigation of whether there were links between 4 individuals associated with the Trump presidential campaign and Russia. So keep that in mind, right? There was never an investigation into Trump himself until he fired Comey. So as of May, no investigation into Trump. And there was an investigation into Clinton, but no Clinton administration. That's what the ambiguity here, like, wait, what? And the Clinton administration had ceased to exist some 17 years before. Grassley's original question was about the Clinton investigation. Senator Cruz's use of the word never and ever injected additional ambiguity. Courts have explained that questions asking witnesses to recall whether they ever have done something are ambiguous because it is difficult to answer them without a perfect memory. Questions can avoid such ambiguities by focusing the witness's attention on a particular day or time. Accordingly, when Senator Cruz referenced Senator Grassley's question about whether Mr. Comey had ever authorized someone else to be an anonymous source in news reports, he made it even more difficult for Comey to understand what he was saying. That is, whether he had ever authorized someone. So, wait, hang on. So he's asking Comey whether he was correct for Grassley's testimony about whether or not he ever authorized someone. Yeah. So that's what they're saying. It's like it's a fucking loaded, weird question. Finally, when Cruz referenced Grassley's question about whether Comey authorized someone else at the FBI to serve as an anonymous source, there was no reason to assume that he was referencing to anyone but full-time employees like Mr. McCabe who were stationed at the FBI, as opposed to someone like Mr. Richmond, who was a special government employee living full-time in New York. So, wait, when you're talking about FBI, you're talking just about FBI employees, or you're talking about special government employees too? These are like a bunch of the reasons why. Thank you so much for the biddies. Yeah, we're sending more, changing up a little bit some of the shorts. I want to change a couple things, but I love them, and a lot of them are getting decent traction. So let's think about the TikTok stuff. I've been just super fucking busy. Count 1 rests on a particular interpretation of Cruz's fundamentally ambiguous questions. So that's all of the problems with the questions. And now separately, right, the indictment rests on one interpretation of that fundamentally ambiguous question. Persons of ordinary intellect could and likely would have understood Cruz to be asking Comey whether he authorized McCabe. Thus, because there's no allegation with the question so understood, Mr. Comey's answer was false. Sorry, there's no allegation that with the question so understood that Mr. Comey's answer was false. Count 1 should be stricken. That is to say, it doesn't turn on anything because you're not alleging that Comey authorized McCabe. Since there is no allegation in the indictment that Comey authorized McCabe, and since the question was asking whether or not Comey authorized McCabe, so understood by a person of reasonable intellect, you can't charge us for that because you have no allegation that I didn't that I did authorize McCabe. You haven't alleged that in the actual indictment. You understand that? So this is the mechanics of that, right? The question as actually exists is asking about McCabe. It's not actually asking. That's Cruz, right? Cruz's question is actually about McCabe. So argues Comey. And you haven't alleged, right? You haven't alleged that Comey authorized McCabe. And all that means is you haven't included an allegation in the indictment that Comey authorized McCabe. So because the question was about McCabe, and because the answer pertained to McCabe, and because your indictment fails to include an allegation that Comey authorized McCabe, it fails for failure to state a claim, almost failure to state an indictment, failure to state something upon which an indictment could fall. You haven't done the bare minimum of pleading since the question and answer about McCabe to allege that Comey lied about it. That's the mechanics of that, or the logic of that argument. The indictment alleges that Mr. Comey's statement was false because he in fact authorized person 3, but the government confirmed that person 3 is Richmond and person 1 is Clinton. But as noted, a reasonable person could not have understood Cruz's question to be unrelated to Mr. Richmond or anyone else at the FBI and to have focused on Mr. McCabe alone. Sorry, could have understood the questions to be entirely unrelated to Mr. Richmond or anyone else at the FBI. So a reasonable interpretation, in fact, the best interpretation of the question and answer has to do with Mr. McCabe. And people were talking about this for a while because Cruz's question seemed to be specific to McCabe. On that reasonable understanding, the indictment contains no allegation that Comey's answers were false, right? It doesn't even contain the allegation. The indictment thus impermissibly lifts the statement of the accused out of its immediate context, gives it a meaning wholly different than which its context literally shows, and it cannot be sustained. So that's argument number one. Is fundamentally, argument number one is the question's about McCabe. It contains all these other ambiguities. So even if you could charge in it based on the fundamental ambiguity, the question really is just about McCabe, and you haven't alleged anything about McCabe in the indictment, so you have to dismiss it as being insufficient. That's argument one. Argument two is, I think, the more interesting argument, has to do with literal truth. Comey's answer was literally true, separately, and it requires dismissal by itself. Regardless of whether the Cruz's questions were ambiguous, you should also dismiss because it's literally true. And keep that in mind also, this is not going to be like a fact-bound inquiry. So this argument is going to be like, even assuming Comey lied about the authorization, his statement was, in fact, true. Where a witness's answer is not responsive to the question asked, it cannot serve as the basis of a false statement charge if it was literally true under any interpretation of that question. So what Comey's lawyers are going to say is, it was not responsive as a question, and it was literally true. Although the literal truth defense is a narrow one, right? Why is it narrow? It's narrow because typically truth is going to be like, what's true is like kind of typically like a fact question, which we're going to go to like the jury, right? The Fourth Circuit has dismissed perjury and related charges based on defendants' literally true answers. Reversing a conviction because the defendant's negative response on a security application as to whether he had been convicted was literally true, given that her embezzlement conviction was not one of the crimes listed. Have you ever been convicted of burglary, theft, armed robbery, possession or distribution of stolen property, dishonesty, fraud, or misrepresentation? And they didn't say embezzlement, so it's not one of the crimes listed. Literally true. Reversing conviction given context that made it obvious that defendants used the word prepare in a particular manner that made her answers regarding the preparation of tax documents literally true. Here, Comey's answers to Cruz's questions were literally true. When Cruz's preliminary statements are omitted from the questions and answers, it is apparent that the senator posed two questions to Comey. Who's telling the truth, Comey or McCabe? A direct answer to the question would have required Comey to respond either I am telling the truth or McCabe is telling the truth. Comey, however, did not respond by stating who was telling the truth. He stated, I can only speak to my testimony. I stand by it. Although those statements did not respond to Mr. Cruz's questions, they were literally true. Comey could only speak to his own testimony. He could not read Mr. McCabe's mind and know whether Mr. McCabe intentionally lied. That is all the more true when Cruz's cited statements that Mr. McCabe simply had not made. Likewise, Mr. Comey's statement that he stood by his prior testimony was truthful, regardless of whether the prior testimony was itself truthful. Mr. Comey firmly maintains that his prior testimony was truthful, but for purposes of this literal truth defense, the truthfulness of the prior testimony is irrelevant. Mr. Comey can truthfully stand by prior testimony, even if the government were correct and it is not, that the prior testimony was false. So I'm allowed to stand by testimony I think is false. So I could know that my prior testimony is false and stand by it. And that could be literally true by saying, I stand by my testimony. That's it's kind of intuitive, right? It's kind of, like a technically lawyer, right? Further, as detailed above, Cruz's questions reference whether Mr. Comey authorized anonymous sources to report on the Trump investigation and the Clinton administration. So Comey's answers to the questions were literally true. The government cannot incorrectly rewrite his responses to form a false statement charge. So, no, I did not. I did not authorize leaks about the Trump investigation because there was no Trump investigation, or about the Clinton administration because there was no Clinton administration. That one I think is less convincing, but in some, although Comey did not respond directly, his responses were literally true. These sections did not criminalize non-responsive testimony, only false testimony. And Comey's testimony here cannot plausibly be characterized as false. Of course, Cruz could have followed up by asking for clearer answers. He could have reframed his initial questioning with greater precision. Or Cruz could have asked Comey about other specific individuals, including Richmond, but he did not. And that is what the questioner must have done if the government wishes later to prosecute a defendant. The questioner must press on the information he desires. The government cannot now correct this failure by a prosecution for making a false declaration. Accordingly, regardless of whether Cruz's questions were fundamentally ambiguous, it should be dismissed because they're literally true. All right, we're done with that. We're about to go into the oral arguments about tariff stuff. Super, super interesting. We'll go at 1.5 speed. But I just thought you guys should know that in addition to the motion to dismiss by Comey on the illegal appointment, motion to dismiss about the vindictive prosecution, which we'll see what happens, there's this motion about whether the question and the answer were fundamentally ambiguous, and also whether the statements are literally true, in that he's just saying, I stand by my testimony, regardless of whether that testimony is itself true or false. The notion that he's standing by it could be true. You can stand by false testimony. Right? Anyway, that's it. Now on to the oral arguments. For a little primer on the law at issue here. So as you listen, and we'll stop by to hear some of this, there's a particular authority that Trump is citing to impose these like massive tariffs. And these tariffs, remember, are on like every nation on earth as a baseline, right? Like every nation has a tariff, I think. Maybe there's some where he's gotten rid of the baseline, but practically every country, there's a tariff now. And including like countries we're allied with who are not importing fentanyl, including like ridiculous arguments about leverage and why we need the tariffs, etc. And so this is the language. And understand that Congress is traditionally thought of as having the power to tax and the power to do tariffs. So this is the operative language. At the times and to the extent specified in the previous section, basically for emergencies. This is about emergencies. IEPA, it's about emergencies. At the times and to the extent specified in section 1701, the president may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instruction licenses or otherwise, do A is not relevant here. It's about like credit and banking stuff, but he could do B, right? So little a sub 1. So to the extent specified in the emergency part, right, he can, by means of instruction licenses or otherwise, and as relevant here, regulate importation. That's Trump's argument. Is this allows him under an emergency, which, by the way, the president claims oftentimes like unreviewable, right? Think about all the other emergency contexts that courts can't even review whether there is an emergency. So Trump's argument is that this statute that says he can prescribe by means of instruction, licenses, or otherwise, he can regulate importation. And that regulate includes tariffs. So typically in these different statutes, it'll say impose duties, impose tariffs. There'll be specific language about tariffs and duties. This doesn't say that, right? It says you can regulate importation or exportation. So you'll see that come up in the first oral argument. So that's just a little bit of background on the statute here. And just so you know, I'm not talking about mass. It's about this is one of the briefs, the respondent's brief, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA. That's a statute. So it's a kind of statutory interpretation question, is whether So you think about that. Number one question is, does IEPA in fact authorize this, right? Does regulate include in this context impose tariffs and duties? That's a statutory question. And kind of separately is, if it did, would this like violate some non-delegation principle? A constitutional principle. So that's a kind of constitutional issue, right? Constitutional. So what's this kind of argument? So one is kind of straightforward. This is just, what is this? Thank you so much for the super chat. What does this statute even say, right? Does this say that you can impose tariffs? Put aside the emergency part of it, and like whether we can review the emergency. That's kind of separate and behind all of this, and also relevant in some of the. Thank you so much, Samo. Really appreciate it. Put aside the kind of emergency review aspect to it, which is, again, present in a lot of these cases, including the National Guard deployment cases, including the Alien Enemies Act cases. That's omnipresent. But what does this statute actually say? That's the kind of IEPA argument. And the second is, if Congress, remember, Congress passed IEPA, and I'm not going to bore you with some of the legislative history here. There's some interesting legislative history as to why Congress passed this. And it was clearly a response to different situations in which President Nixon arguably overstepped the predecessor statute to IEPA, or the predecessor regime. And that is looming a little bit large over this whole situation, is this like precedent from Nixon, which is kind of weird. And this legislative history that was like meant to broaden the availability of some sanctions the president can do, but like also limit the extent to which you can do it. And there's like different points in time where different litigants are emphasizing what legislative history matters. So there's the kind of statutory interpretation question. And there's separately, it's like, could Congress even do it if they wanted to, right? Like if we interpret the statute the way Trump wants us to interpret the statute, could Congress constitutionally tell the president, essentially, and this is what the argument is, I have an unreviewable power to just tariff however I want? Is it a constitutional delegation of tariff authority if you make so few checks or limits on the president's use of that authority? Could Congress even delegate that? So here's a very good example that's actually used. See if you can hear it in the oral arguments, where Gorsuch is like, could Congress, if it wanted to, get rid of the war declaring power and just say, we delegate the authority to declare war onto the president, or we delegate the authority to make appropriations to the president? And that is the non-delegation issue, is how much is too much? How much power can Congress actually delegate? Now, for years, the court has been very liberal in allowing Congress to give the president a lot of power. They don't want to really get into that question. As Scalia talked about before, is there's a kind of inherent tension, or there's a theoretical inherent tension in Congress delegating too much authority to the president because of this Madisonian idea that we're having power contradict power. And so Congress, of course, is going to jealously guard their powers. And so they're going to appropriately calibrate how much they give to the president. They're not going to want to give too much away to the president. Now, that intuition, I think, is so like buried and quaint in retrospect, because obviously Trump controls like 90% of what Congress does under the Republicans. There's a lot more uniformity in action between the president and federal legislators, to say nothing of state legislators, and what Trump is doing, right? Trump snaps his fingers, and we have Texas doing the gerrymanders and them basically doing whatever Trump wants. And so a lot of these traditional notions are a little quaint of Congress jealously guarding its power. And the Supreme Court has never fully backed off of the non-delegation principle, that there are some things, some delegations that are so broad, so vast, that they amount to outright abdications of authority. And Congress can't do that. Congress can't delegate the power of impeachment to the president. They can't just pass a law that says the president can do whatever he wants with impeachment, right? It can impeach itself. That is the non-delegation principle, that there are some delegations of rulemaking authority or legislative authority, there's different ways that you can formalize or conceptualize it, that are so broad that they even cross a threshold, which is quite allowing of Congress to do some of this, right? Like Congress has delegated a shit ton of authority to the president to do a bunch of stuff. But there are some limits here. And so like, are we hitting the upper bounds of those limits when you're essentially saying, under Trump's theory of the case, I can impose any amount of tariffs for however long, no upward bound on any country for any reason in an unreviewable fashion. Even if Trump is correct about the interpretation of IEEPA, if Congress wanted to do that, would it be constitutional for them to even pass such a statute as interpreted by Trump? So those are some of the issues. Keep them, they're related, right? Because the interpretation of what IEEPA actually says and allows for will affect your intuition about whether or not this is an unconstitutional delegation. Okay. And keep in mind, so the export tariffs thing, yeah, so you'll notice that as part of the argument here, they're trying to read the statute, right? Like, and Amy Coney Barrett will touch on this. Regulate means tariff, includes tariff for importation, but doesn't include tariff for exportation, right? So Trump's reading of the statute would have you suppose that regulate in this context includes tariffs, but only as applied to importation. And then there's a separate issue of like, well, would it be redundant enough to include like licenses if licenses essentially operates as a pseudo tariff to say by means of tariffs you can impose tariffs. So there's these different ways of interpreting like other side constitutional points and I guess practical points about licenses to make sense of the statute and what was meant. I think, and I only heard part of the respondents. This is the challengers, right, and not the government. He started very good. Neil Katia, I forget how to pronounce the name sometimes, but I really like him. He starts with big picture, like, come on, guys. The big picture of this is, come on, guys. This statute was not about regular tariffs. This statute was about sanctions. That I thought was an incredibly powerful way for Neil to start. This is not about regulating tariffs. This statute is about immediately stopping trade with the enemy in a war. What is this about? This is about Abraham Lincoln preventing access for the enemy to import certain things. Now, that's a predecessor statute. I'm just giving an example. In the time of war. This is about when Japan attacks the United States and then Germany declares war on the United States, for us immediately stopping trade with those different groups. This is about when Russia invades Ukraine, putting in sanctions on Russia, right? So this is not about tariff policy. This is about emergency sanctions. That's what Neil starts with. And I think it's a very powerful argument. And it's the kind of like, come on, guys. We all know what this is about. This is not about tariffs in the normal sense. And that's why you shouldn't read, even though regulate in some context. And I think even if you're a reasonable, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Even if you're like a lib left person, you have to admit that tariff can be a kind of regulation. You should concede on that. Concede that sometimes regulate could include tariff, right? And that's almost follows as the basis of Congress's authority under the regulation of interstate and foreign commerce, right? Interstate foreign commerce. That a type of regulation might include some kind of penalty or tax or tariff or that kind of thing. So I don't think you should grant, right, here's regulate, right? That regulate could never mean tax. It's just in context. In this context, could regulate mean tax? Also, a kind of corollary point to this is remember the student loan case where the language of the statute very clearly said waive or modify any provision of this title, right? And it was even more broad, like waive or modify any provision. And the court interpreted that to not allow Biden to do his student debt relief kind of thing. And so that's looming large as a statutory interpretation matter in terms of like, come on, guys, you really, if this doesn't mean that we can do the student debt relief, how can regulation include this kind of unlimited tariff thing? And you can see, I'm not bullshitting you. This is exactly where the brief is getting to, is this term regulate. What does it mean? Last bit of table setting before we get into the actual oral arguments. If these tariffs are struck down, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world that some Democrats are kind of thinking about. Some Democrats want these tariffs to continue because they think it's bad for Trump. But I think that the kind of stickiness of the tariffs is going to maintain itself throughout the midterms. I don't think that just because it kind of like Biden, right? Biden got tagged with the overspending stuff as relates to inflation, even, years after that stopped. So I think that people's perceptions when it comes to this kind of thing are a little bit sticky. And I think it's already baked in, some of the economic damage. And especially, I think it's going to be a really bad look if the government, as Amy Coney Barrett references, I think poorly, like, why is Amy Coney Barrett referencing like how much of a mess it's going to be to pay back the tariffs? Because remember, like, why should the government be allowed to profit off of an illegal tax? Spoiler alert, the Supreme Court here seems to be highly skeptical about the legality of these taxes. In what world should the government be allowed to profit off of an illegal tax? Like, imagine that the Supreme Court holds that you've been illegally taxed like billions of dollars. Should they get to keep that? And Barrett's like, oh, it'll be a mess. Like, so you have to follow the fucking law. And I think that would be a really, really, really bad look. And Trump might try it through different authorities. So he might try some other version of these tariffs, maybe a pared down version of the tariffs through non-IEPA things. But the thing is, like, I'm not as worried about the optics of this. I think those optics are largely baked in. There are going to be more bad looks in the offering if it's struck down, both by Trump, like, flailing and saying it's the end of the world and shit, and maybe ignoring the courts or trying some other way to do it, and then ultimately the extent to which they're going to have to pay it back, I think it's going to be like look really bad. And I don't even know, like, I think that there should be a class of consumer to sue the government. Like, there should be a way for to certify a class of consumers, because it's not just the importers, right? Because the importers, they obviously should get paid back, but they're passing on costs to the consumers as well. I think the consumer should be able to certify a class again. Like, why should we all get negative downstream effects based on the government's illegal taxation? So, at bare minimum, I think the importers should be recompensated. But I also think that there should be some ability for consumers to certify a class here. But also, if Amy Coney Barrett says, "Oh yes, these are illegal, but we're not going to make the government pay it back because it's so whatever," that would be such bullshit. We should not be following the law based on, like, whether it's convenient or not. That's insane, right? Imagine being like, oh yeah, I guess it's like unconstitutional to segregate schools, but it's just really inconvenient to integrate them. So I guess we can do nothing. Just fucking stupid. Anyway, here we go.
The Supreme Court is getting underway, and we'll take you there right now. Thanks for watching.
Has created a public health crisis, taking hundreds of thousands of American lives.
His voice is really great, and I'm sorry about this.
President Trump has declared that these emergencies are country-killing and not sustainable. That they
remember the kinds of emergencies we're talking about here. The emergencies are like emergencies with Canada. Like, what emergency with Canada? And you'll see Kagan mention this at some point in the oral arguments. Fucking, it's insane the extent to which these like claimed emergencies. Everything's an emergency, and I think Gorsuch actually uses that to great effect when he brings up like the potential of a climate change emergency, and the response is so inadequate as to be laughable by
our national and economic security, and that fixing them will make America a strong, financially viable, and respected country again. Due to IEPA tariffs, President Trump has negotiated agreements worth trillions of dollars with major trading partners, including most recently China. Unwinding those agreements.
Yeah, why is that relevant? Like, so I think it's indicative already of the weakness of the argument here, where you're having to really stress the instrumental effects here, because the legal arguments I think are super weak, and you're really like, okay, so if Trump can get a good deal based on illegal shit, he should be allowed to do it. It's one of the reasons, by the way, I shit on Bernie sometimes. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Bernie, that was chicken shit. When you were like, Trump did good on the border, You don't give a guy credit for getting a quote unquote result based on illegal conduct in the context of a representative democracy that values the rule of law. You don't give credit for that shit. And so, no, we shouldn't respect the deals he made that are based on a fundamental illegality.
Agreements, he warns, would expose us to ruthless trade retaliation by far more aggressive countries and drive America from strength to failure with ruinous economic and national security consequences. In Dames and Moore against Regan, this court held that IEPA's sweeping and unqualified language grants the president's actions the strongest presumption of validity and the widest latitude of judicial interpretation. Yet plaintiffs argue that tariffs, IEPA's least...
And understand what they're trying to, what tactically the SG is trying to do here. He's trying to paint this not as a taxation issue, right? This is an optical strategy that the Supreme Court, they're not getting fooled by it, as you'll see. But the optical strategy is, this is a foreign policy issue. This is the president as chief negotiator in his maximal power role, right? In his most powerful is when he's dealing with a foreign nation, qua nation, right? Qua foreign nation. That this is the centerpiece of presidential foreign policy making. But the problem is twofold. One is, it doesn't matter, because even if there's some instrumental effects on foreign powers, explicitly, these are Article 1 powers, taxation, tariffs, quintessential Article 1, quintessential Congress responsibility. So he's trying to morph a textually committed Article 1 power from Congress and turn it into, this is the president being the negotiator, this is the president as a foreign policy issue where he gets a lot of deference. And the second kind of incoherence here is, it stands at odds with this role that we're actually presenting what Congress meant here. Well, if the president is supposed to get all this deference, because this is really a matter of foreign policy negotiation, why should we even care about this IEPA statute and its interpretation if there's some kind of self-standing power of Trump to do this of some kind? And it's kind of unclear and muddled. The best, I think, steelman of it is Congress thinks it's a good idea for the president to be able to have this kind of latitude. And so they allowed this, and it's in keeping with the kind of, it's a kind of a gloss on the interpretation question. Is, of course, the president should get this, and Congress recognized, of course, the president has this portfolio of foreign policy, and that's why they had such capacious language and gave him such broad discretion. So there's a way to make it work. Gorsuch has a response to this as well, which is the examples, historical examples of the president really acting in a broad unilateral fashion really deal with like full-time wars. And it's more tied up in the war-making power of the president as commander-in-chief. In wartime, you can understand a restriction on importation more in the context of, this is a war thing, right? Like the Emancipation Proclamation, another example of this, seizing the property of the southern states. And there's a great scene in Lincoln, the Steven Spielberg movie, where they talk about this and the kind of the stickiness of that situation, how ambiguous and weird it is. But there's no doubt that at least there's some hook for, okay, these are insurrectionist rebels. We need to seize their property as a war measure. We need to stop the importation of this contraband as a war measure. And so you can see more of a hook for the inherent executive presidential power as commander-in-chief when it comes to those situations. And but again, that's going to turn on an interpretation of the emergency giving rise to the invocation of the power. But that's, I think, a thoughtful response by Gorsuch later on. I'll just keep an ear out for those. Sorry.
This nimble tool are virtually the only tool that Congress did not grant the president to deal with foreign emergencies. That is wrong. The phrase regulate importation plainly embraces tariffs, which are one of the most traditional and direct methods of regulating importation. And plaintiffs can see that IEPA authorizes quotas and other tariff equivalents. The major questions doctrine does not apply.
He's basically saying, well, you have all this other stuff. You can block all this trade. How could you be able to block all this trade but not tariff all this trade? It's kind of a greater includes the lesser thing, right? If I'm allowed to stop all this trade, surely I can tax some of it. It's a kind of intuitive argument that seems like the greater should include the lesser. But a response to that is just, well, they're just different. They're different powers for different things. You stop all trade as a sanction, and tariff and basically revenue generating things that's in Congress's hands. That's very different. that a revenue generating restriction is different than a non-revenue generating restriction.
Here,
keep
AIPA
going.
confers major powers to address major problems on the president, who is perhaps the most major actor in the realm of foreign affairs. And the non-delegation doctrine casts no doubt on AIPA because Congress may assign the president broad authority regarding the conduct of foreign affairs, where he enjoys his own inherent Article 2 powers.
Again, foreign affairs, foreign affairs, foreign affairs. He's trying to transfigure this into a foreign affairs. It's a really, really productive hook that Trump has been able to hang his hat on constantly, is like inherent Article 2, can't be questioned, foreign policy stuff. That's where the Trump immunity decision has rested its hat on. Some of these kind of midnight orders in the shadow docket where they're like unreviewable, is when you get that hook in, they really make the most of trying to make this a national security foreign policy issue.
From the court's questions.
Would you spend a few minutes on why exactly the major question doctrine doesn't apply to the president in this case?
Yes, Justice
Major questions doctrine. What is this? This is a canon of statutory construction. It's a way of interpreting statutes where we're going to assume, like, if Congress really intended for you to have this kind of blanket tariff authority, would they be hiding this within prescribed by instructions regulate importation through that, like, kind of like, well, this word plus regulate plus importation? That when we're talking about something of maximal importance, do we think that Congress, when it was trying to give this sweeping authority, would have done it in such a roundabout way? Should we wait not for a clear statement by Congress that this is what they actually intended? That argument was mentioned, though not dispositively invoked, in the Biden v. Nebraska case on the student loans. It wasn't dispositive to the case, so say the majority. Just keep that in mind. If you actually read the opinion, it's a kind of like a background argument that I think Roberts wrote the majority there, that Roberts gives. But the notion here is when Congress said waive or modify to the any provision of this title under the relevant authorities, did we really think that they would have hidden in here, I have the power to give whatever amount of relief I want on student loans no matter what? That's the kind of nature of the argument. Now, I happen to think the answer is yes on waive or modify. But the answer here, I think, is no. And I can explain why I think I come out differently there. But at least if you're following, again, not dispositive logic of Biden v. Nebraska, that part of the opinion, I think, or it might have been a concurrence by Roberts, I'm not sure, actually, as I sit here, that if you follow that logic, you should, at the bare minimum, it should include this kind of, by means of instruction, regulate importation.
I may make 2 or 3 points on that front. First of all, though the major questions doctrine may apply to the president in other contexts, specifically in the foreign affairs context where he has his own inherent Article 2 authority, it's a particularly poor fit to apply the major questions doctrine, and that's for at least 2 reasons. First of all, just as a matter of kind of common sense interpretation, one would expect Congress to confer major powers on the president to address major, sort of foreign, international crises, so to speak.
Oh yes, of course. I'll just use the word major a lot as I'm talking, and that'll get around the major questions doctrine. So, of course, we should read into major powers given in these kind of words if they're granting it in an emergency or foreign policy statute. They're saying, so major questions doctrine only applies when Congress isn't addressing a major issue or a foreign policy issue. Understand that? So basically, major question doctrine turns on when we want it to and turns off conveniently when it deals with emergencies. And of course, Trump is going to argue that everything he does is an emergency. And so major questions doctrine doesn't apply when Congress is addressing a major problem as interpreted by us. Do you understand that? So he's trying to get around it by saying, in emergency statutes or in statutes dealing with foreign policy, turn off the major questions doctrine.
Arising emergencies, that's sort of a natural common sense thing you expect Congress to do. And in fact, Justice Jackson in his Youngstown opinion addressed this very situation in pages 652 and 653 when he says, this is the system this is the procedure within our constitutional system that we have developed to strike the balance. What Daines and Moore described as the never-ending tension between the need for the executive to have robust powers to address emergencies and to subject it to checks and balances.
So, and again, this is like the constant sophistry of some of these conservative lawyers. They'll cite opinions like Youngstown and Marbury for propositions that weren't being held. So the like language here about like generally having a vigorous executive, and they're just using that to make doctrines up, like this supposed exception to the major questions doctrine. So you're citing Youngstown for that proposition, and just citing kind of like broad statements within that opinion, within the concurrence, Justice Jackson concurrence, which is the kind of like now canonical opinion of that case, to stand for propositions which, of course, aren't contained within it, which is this supposed exception to the major questions doctrine for emergency statutes.
What our constitutional system has devised to address that particular problem, that never-ending tension, is the system where Congress confers broad legislative powers in advance and subjects them to ongoing political oversight, which is exactly what you see in IEPA. So that's one reason. One reason, just as a matter of common sense interpretation, you would expect Congress to grant major powers to the president, who has his own broad range of major authority, inherent Article 2 authority in this context. And that is by just
Can
my
I
second
interrupt
point.
you, General, there? And I know that you have a second question, and I want to let you get to that. But just on that first reason, it seemed to depend a lot on the president's inherent Article 2 powers. And I'm wondering what exactly, which powers you're speaking of there. Because tariffs, one would naturally think, are the power to impose taxes, the power to regulate foreign commerce. These are not things that are thought of as Article 2 powers. They are quintessential Article 1 powers. So what kind of Article 2 powers are you relying on when you gave the answer about major questions to Justice Thomas?
I would refer to what courts said, for example, in Egan, Department of Navy against Egan, that's a generally accepted view that the president has broad authority in the foreign affairs realm. There's debates about exactly how far it goes and how to draw the boundary between the president and Congress.
So Egan is a case, I think, having to do with like classification authority. And so the response here is like, well, hang on, you're talking about this whole like exception to major questions doctrine. You're invoking a kind of constitutional balance that prioritizes foreign policy statutes and turns off this major questions doctrine, which is a way to interpret statutes. Remember that. So it's a way to interpret statutes and understand, even taking a step back, what this major questions doctrine is really doing, right? It's just like it's mapping onto the intuitions of the conservative Supreme Court, right? It's basically saying when we consider something, thank you so much for the sub, to be a major question, we can apply some kind of additional scrutiny when we choose it not to. It's kind of like legislating from the bench. Well, who decides what's a major question? The court is going to decide what's a major or not major question? I thought that's not what the court was supposed to be doing. So even taking a step back, like I'm very skeptical of this major questions doctrine in the first place, to the extent that it like we're supposed to be originalists and pure originalists, and the courts are supposed to do what courts do, and political branches are supposed to do what political branches do. But I have even less tolerance for major question doctrine with these edits and with these little like adjustments to not be major questions doctrine whenever the president is trying to interpret it in a way to fulfill some notion of the balance of the separation of powers. I think that's like an absurd thing that I've never heard of. And Kagan's question is like, well, where are you getting the notion that tariffs are raising concerns such that we shouldn't consider major question doctrine? Like, where are you getting that? Like, this isn't tariffs Article 1. That's why she's asking that, is for purposes of your response re major questions, where is this standoff where there's some reservoir of inherent executive authority to turn off the major questions intuition that supposedly we're supposed to have? And he's like, well, we have Egan. I think Egan is about classification authority, which generally stands for the proposition that foreign policy is in the president's wheelhouse. But it's not as specific as taxes, regulation of foreign commerce. That's Congress, baby.
But Egan, Garamendi, other cases, Curtis Wright, the court has recognized the president has broad inherent authority to address foreign situations.
Aaron Eckhart. Yeah, I know the fucking actors. Come on.
Foreign affairs, foreign policy, including foreign arising emergencies. Now, we don't contend that he has, at least in peacetime, inherent tariffing authority. What we have here is two layers. There's the layer, the bedrock of the president's inherent Article 2 powers, and layered on top of that is a sweeping delegation of authority from Congress. When we put those two things together, Congress is saying you have inherent powers to address international emergencies, and we're conferring on you the tools, including Article 1 tools, like, for example, the power to regulate foreign commerce. And I want to make a very important distinction here. We don't contend that what's being exercised here is the power to tax. It's the power to regulate foreign commerce. These are regulatory tariffs. They are not revenue-raising tariffs. The fact that they raise revenue is only incidental. The tariffs would be most effective, so to speak,
and understand that fucking lie, by the way. So this is the kind of big dog, small dog that you constantly see of this administration, where in public they're saying the complete opposite to what they're saying in a courtroom. You guys see this trend before? It's constant with this fucking administration. So in public, they're like, look at all the great revenue we're generating from China, which of course is a lie, because this is being borne largely by American importers and then ultimately consumers, right? We're the ones who are paying more for our fucking goods because of these tariffs, or will be paying more for our goods to the extent that some of these pass-on costs are like lagging. We're the ones paying. And the administration is waving it around like, look at how much money we're making. After spending, by the way, record amounts of money on the big beautiful bill, they bring in this like token little, I know it's a lot of money in like in the narrow circumstance of general government running, right? In the context of the big beautiful bill, it's a peanut. It's like what, $100 billion revenue generation. So what, a 5% of the big beautiful bill, if that. But certainly the Trump administration has been waving that around as like, look at how much we're balancing the budget with tariff revenues. And the SG has the gall to come on before the Supreme Court and say, oh, these are not revenue generated. That's incidental. That's incidental. As though this was not like one of the main selling points of the tariffs by the Trump administration.
No person ever paid them. If they achieve their goals, if they...
Counsel, you've already mentioned Dames and Moore three times, which surprises me a little because the court in Dames and Moore went out of its way to say that it was issuing a very narrow decision that pretty much expected to apply only in this case. Just a few quotes. It said, decisions in this area have been rare, episodic, and afford little precedential value for subsequent cases. Again, we lay down no general guidelines covering other situations not involved here and confine the opinion only to the very questions necessary to decision of this case. And at the end of the opinion, it said, finally, we re-emphasize the narrowness of our decision. Now, this an issue in Dames and Moore was a different provision of IEPA, not at issue here, and certainly did not concern tariffs.
True.
So I don't quite understand how you can get as much out of Dames and Moore as you're trying to get.
Maybe I can put it this way. We don't dispute that Dames and Moore is, as you stated, narrow opinion. However, it addressed certain principles that we think are equally applicable here. For example, the interpretive principle. Dames and Moore held, and again, it was the power to nullify and void, not the power to regulate, but it's in the very same sentence, in the very same statute, and the court quoted the First Circuit opinion and said, look, this is sweeping unqualified language, which it didn't disagree with. And then it said, this particular provision where Congress has given these broad verbs, I mean, regulate is a capacious verb, admittedly, so are nullify, so are void, so are frankly all the other verbs there in the language in IEPA. The way the court thought about it is we are looking at this through the lens of Justice Jackson's opinion in Youngstown, and the court held specifically that these verbs place the president in Youngstown Zone 1.
But not waiver modify when it comes to the student loans. I mean, it's just a fucking ridiculous sham, and everyone knows it. That those words, regulate is so capacious, and we must include the most capacious version of regulate, even given all the context of how other statutes in this area are read by the court over the course of our country's history. But waiver modify must have its most limited understanding.
Oh, that he's subject to the widest latitude of judicial interpretation, that he receives the strongest presumption of validity.
I just don't understand this argument. It's not an article. It's a congressional power, not a presidential power to tax.
Tariffs.
And you want to say tariffs are not taxes, but that's exactly what they are. They're generating money from American citizens, revenue. And you say it's incidental to the regulatory purpose. But I don't see how a quota is equivalent to revenue raising. A quota sets a limit to what you can import in, but it doesn't generate revenue. I don't understand this argument, that it's equivalent, or that foreign powers or even an emergency can do away with the major questions doctrine. Didn't we in the Biden case recently say an emergency can't make clear what's ambiguous?
That's the student loan case, right? It's either the student loan case or it's the OSHA case. And I love that, by the way. They have all these fake emergencies. Regarding trade deficits, fake emergencies regarding invasion by Venezuela, imminent invasion by Venezuela. And when we have an actual emergency with COVID, 1 million plus people dead, millions more getting sick, hospitalized, then it's like, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do third. It is insane, the double standard, both legally and politically. And by the way, Trump was in charge. People forget this. I even fucking, it's crazy that we let ourselves do this. As though Biden were in charge for most of COVID or during some of the significant moments of COVID. He was in charge for some of the significant moments of COVID, for sure. But this was like a Trump issue, huge Trump issue. It was the major issue in the 2020 election. Major issue.
I believe the court has never applied the major questions doctrine in the foreign policy context.
But we have,
not foreign policy
counsel,
context.
we have never applied it to foreign affairs, but this is a tariff. This is a tax.
It is, if I may, it's a foreign-facing regulation of foreign commerce. That's
commerce, everything. So Biden could have declared a national emergency and global warming and then gotten his student forgiveness?
So, I mean, it's a great fucking hypo. So if Biden says, hey, global climate change, it's really affecting our bottom lines and it's hurting everyone's shit. And so I need to do student debt relief because it touches on foreign issues.
A national emergency and global warming, and then gotten his student forgiveness to not be a major questions doctrine?
I don't think he could have gotten student loan forgiveness.
Why?
But
It's
perhaps he could
global.
have- he could have said-
It's foreign facing. We need all of these things to face to tax fossil fuel or to do something else. That's all Biden would have had to do with any of his programs.
Let me put it this way, if I may.
Is just declare some foreign facing purpose.
If I may, maybe I can articulate it this way. The power to impose tariffs is a core application of the power to regulate foreign commerce, which is what the phrase regulate importation in IEPA naturally evokes.
Why
Not the
is
power to
it?
tax goods.
Could you tell me why it is that when Congress intended to permit a president to regulate by imposing tariffs, it's always used tariff and regulate? I have about 16 laws in the past that when Congress intended regulate to mean taxing, that it used taxes simultaneously. But it didn't here.
Respectfully, this court came to the opposite conclusion, if I may. In
So you have all these different statutes in the code that say impose duties, regulate and tax in different specific areas where the president actually does have some authority to impose tariffs in a more limited way than this IEPA statute. Why are they using this IEPA statute? Well, this, if understood the way that Trump wants it, would give the broadest set of tariffing authorities without the limitations procedural and substantive, right? Some of these tariff provisions put a cap on the amount of the tariff increase, or they're limited in time, or they have to go through certain procedures. IEPA doesn't have those restrictions. That's why they're going to it. And what Sotomayor is saying is like, look at all these other parts of the code that include the power to tax, and they'll say regulate and tax or impose duties.
Algonquin, where the phrase would not impose
Well, but
duties.
that was, we did something in Algonquin. It was in the duties section. It's unlike here. It was paired with questions about decreasing tariffs and increasing tariffs. So it's a very different statute than the one at issue here.
But the governing language, admittedly, there are references to duties in Section 232A. 232C does not refer to them, and the court didn't refer to 232A at all. The phrase is duties or tariffs analysis. What it held was the phrase adjust imports, which includes a verb that's narrower.
But it was in the
regulating
context.
naturally
It
encompasses-
was in context of activities that had to do with raising and lowering duties. Here, the verbs that accompany regulate have nothing to do with raising revenues in the form of taxes.
And counsel, Algonquin wasn't a textualist opinion. You would agree with that? In other words, the analysis that the court was using there was really keyed to the legislative history of that statute, and it wasn't as though we were doing an interpretation of the word adjust.
I disagree
So
with
this
that.
is like a hypocrisy argument where Jackson's like, well, hang on, you want us to be textualists. That opinion dealt with legislative history. People on this court typically are like, oh, we don't like, they say legislative history doesn't matter. Like only the text, original text, they didn't enact the legislative history. But if you're going to go for the legislative history, Justice Jackson's point here is, one, I thought we were committed to originalism and textualism, not legislative history. But if you're going to go off legislative history, her follow-up here will say, there's a bunch of legislative history that goes against your position. Why aren't you incorporating that?
I think you read the opinion, first it talks about plain meaning, then it talks about statutory context, and then it goes on to legislative history, so it was all three of those. And the conclusion it came to, it directly addressed and rejected the argument that the D.C. Circuit had accepted in that case, which is that when Congress wants to delegate the authority to tariff, it uses a consistently explicit and well-defined approach, which is to use these magic words, tariff, tax, impost, and so forth.
All right,
The court said, no, Congress is not bound to use that particular formulation when it wants to confer this power.
Let me ask you about the premise of your argument, which you sort of started at the beginning, saying that one would expect for Congress to give the president a broad leeway in this kind of foreign affairs context. And I guess I'm wondering whether you also don't have to contend with the actual purpose of IEPA in making this argument, because as I understand it,
So if you're going to go by the purpose, right? So his argument is highly purposivist, right? Oh, you know, the purpose here is to give the president a ton of power, and the purpose of the presidency was to be the chief foreign policy person. The purpose is a general emergency statute, so of course it's going to give broad authorities because the purpose was to give maximum latitude. And so what Justice Jackson is raising is a very smart rebuttal, is like, hang on, let's talk about the purpose here that you're ignoring, which is this was meant as a limitation on the president's authority that then existed under the previous regime.
IEPA, the actual purpose of IEPA in making this argument, because as I understand it, that the IEPA was designed and intended to limit presidential authority, that Congress was concerned about how presidents had been using the authority under the predecessor statute, TWIA, and it's pretty clear that Congress was trying to constrain the emergency powers of the president in IEPA. So it seems a little...
Right, they like amended the previous statute to limit the ways in which the president can impose these kinds of restrictions because of some of the abuse or perceived lack of discretion, or lack of limits on this authority before. And so if you're going to go by purpose, says Justice Jackson, don't you have to take that purpose into consideration? The fact that like this was intended to limit presidential authority relative to what then existed?
Consistent to say that we have to interpret a statute that was designed to constrain presidential authority, consistent with an understanding that Congress wanted the president to have essentially unlimited authority.
I disagree with that because what Congress actually did is...
What part do you disagree with? I'm sorry.
Well, I disagree with the notion that they were trying to constrain the breadth of the actions the president may take when it comes to this particularly narrow domain, which is various regulations of transactions.
But how can you disagree with that? I mean, the history is what it is.
Because they made a series of changes to IEPA.
Yes.
Yeah, how can you disagree that like the language was broader? It was more allowing a presidential action before. How can you, so she's like dumbfounded, like, what do you mean that this wasn't meant to limit? Of course it was. We know this. It's a history.
Regulations of transactions.
But how can you disagree with that? I mean, the history is what it is.
Because they made a series of changes to IEPA that relate to the triggering conditions, so to speak, and the procedures that apply, but they did not change the language.
Right, but what was the
right? Yeah, imposing additional procedures and restrictions is meant to
the triggering conditions, so to speak, and the procedures that apply, but they did not change the language.
Right, but what was the intent of Congress in changing the language?
What was the purpose?
Wasn't it to constrain presidential authority in this area?
To constrain it in the triggering conditions and the procedures.
So to constrain it.
That apply in
so those are the triggering conditions and procedures that apply are a means to constrain. That is how they went around about constraining. But my point is that Congress enacted this legislation with the intent of preventing the president from having unlimited powers in this area, and you're asking us to now interpret that statute consistent with an understanding that Congress wanted to allow the president to do pretty much whatever he wanted in this area.
Pretty much, and that's exactly correct. Pisco Underrated Channel Machine. It seems like a good lawyer machine. Hey, thank you so much. Another name. Really appreciate the support, guys. We are closing in. If you haven't subbed to the channel already, it's completely free YouTube channel. We're closing on 25,000 subs for the special celebration Q&A when we get 25,000 subs. I really appreciate it. Sorry about the lack of content for a little bit. Got some stuff in the pipeline. I can't be more specific about that, but I've been incredibly busy. But I'm hoping to, as soon as possible, come back with the force, and super appreciate the super chats. You guys are the best.
Congress took the language from TWIA and enacted the very same language, and most importantly here, the very same phrase, regulated importation, in IEPA. And therefore, the natural inference is Congress did not intend to change the scope of authority, the powers, the tools the president can exercise.
Did any president under TWIA use that language to impose tariffs?
Well, yes, President Nixon's 1971 tariff.
Not a tariff. That wasn't a tariff. It was a licensing agreement during wartime. It was a specific thing. A tariff I'm talking about.
I'm referring to President Nixon's 1971 tariff.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Yes, I thought you meant Lincoln.
Not only that, but then it was upheld by the Court of Appeals with exclusive jurisdiction under this very phrase.
Can I back you up just a second? I'm sorry. You're talking so quickly. President Nixon did not rely on TWIA initially to impose the tariffs. Is that correct? I understood that was just a litigating position that he took once it was challenged. That was not his initial.
I wouldn't put it that way because he has a broad invocation. I'm invoking all range of statutes, something like that, in Proclamation 4074. And I think the understanding
There's this like opinion that went to the Court of Appeals that they reference from the Nixon precedent, just so y'all are aware that they're referencing sometimes. For purposes of this, just understand that there's some relevant precedent from Nixon that Kavanaugh seems particularly interested in, and that is relevant in the briefing. So don't worry too much about it for purposes of understanding this, but yeah.
He didn't want to kind of spook our allies by invoking the Trading with the Enemies Act by specifically invoking it, but in litigation was defended on that ground. So the Department of Justice defended it as an exercise of TWIA and did so successfully.
What's the significance of the Nixon example and precedent here? Because I think figuring that out is real important to deciding this case correctly. So,
well, there's one obvious, very powerful takeaway from it, which is that this very two-word phrase, regulated importation, that we say it carries with it the authority to tariff, impose regulatory tariffs at the border, forward-facing tariffs at the border, and we say that's a core application of the phrase regulated importation, had been interpreted 2 years before Congress reenacted that language in IEPA, had been interpreted to carry with it the authority to impose tariffs. So this court said in Algonquin, for example, with respect to President Nixon.
Just back on the Nixon, what was the scope of the Nixon tariffs?
10%, he imposed a 10% tariff kind of across the board to all our major trading partners to address a balance of payments deficit, where he was trying to bring all the major industrial nations to the negotiating table, which he successfully did, for the imposition of the tariffs. And then
what's really helpful about the Nixon precedent for Trump, I don't think it's dispositive because of the nature of the statute, and it didn't ultimately reach the Supreme Court. Is that there was like a balance of payments argument from Nixon that is not nearly as extensive as Trump's, but it is part of the rationale for why to impose this is like an emergency on a balance of payments front. So that's why they've been citing it so often.
Negotiated the Smithsonian Agreement in about 5 months, after which he lifted the tariff. So the tariff there was used as here, in part as leverage to get our trading partners to the negotiating table, and it was subsequently upheld by the Federal Circuit, the CCPA, it's Federal Circuit's predecessor that had exclusive jurisdiction over that question, to include...
Right, and so the predecessor for the Federal Circuit, which is there's a unified system to appeal like these kinds of issues. The Federal Circuit, and that's what they're appealing from. And there was a predecessor to that, Article 3 court that he's referencing. That's where it didn't go to the Supreme Court, but that's why he's given all that. But it obviously it's not binding on the court. It's not precedent of the court.
Power to tariff. And then 2 years later, Congress took that same phrase and reenacted it in IEPA after carefully studying the problem of presidential emergency powers and being deeply concerned about, excessive.
And so what he's saying is the reason that's relevant, that the circuit opinion, is because Congress must have legislated in the shadow of that opinion, and that precedent is informing how you should read the statute.
Abusive exercise of that power. So that whole sort of process gives sort of strong sort of confirmation of this phrase, regulated importation carries with it the power to tariff. Now, of course, that's not our leading argument. Our lead argument on interpretation is there's a pedigree, historical pedigree of regulating imports specifically, where the power to tariff is just the sort of a core application of that, a quintessential exercise of that power. That goes back to Gibbons against Ogden and Justice Story's treatise and runs all the way through cases like McGoldrick and Board of Trustees.
Gibbons v. Ogden is like this early Marshall opinion about the regulation of interstate commerce. And this is standing for the broader principle that, again, I've referenced that you shouldn't reject, that regulate could include some kind of fee or tariff or that kind of thing. And I think you guys should all grant it that there are such situations, especially, by the way, in a constitutional provision, where a constitution is given a framework where it's naturally going to be broad language. I think when you look at constitutional interpretation and statutory interpretation, they're not necessarily going to be coextensive. That sometimes, in some contexts, regulate could mean impose some kind of duty or fee or whatever. That's why I said in things like Gibbons v. Ogden or whatever. I don't think Gibbons v. Ogden had to do with international trade at all. It was like between New York or some other state or something. But yeah.
Sauer, can I just ask you a question? Can you point to any other place in the code or any other time in history where that phrase, together, regulate importation, has been used to confer tariff imposing authority?
Well, as to regulate
any part in the code or in history is Amy Coney Barrett's question.
Importation, that was held in TWIA. So obviously, and that's
okay. So an intermediate appellate court held it in TWIA, but you just
so she emphasized that this is one of the reasons why people are like saying that the court seems skeptical. So the first indication that the conservatives seem skeptical was one of the chief's questions there, and this question from Amy Coney Barrett is another indication that she's skeptical. She's like, so a federal circuit court understood TWIA, the Trading with Enemies Act, whatever, the predecessor regime, this kind of way. And so the fact that she's emphasizing and kind of discounting that is like, can you point to history a single time we've interpreted that? That is signaling her hand that she's skeptical that we should interpret the statute that way. That's why people are reading into that, right? So that's just one indication. This is, by the way, this is why you watch the stream. You watch the stream because I can clue you in on the signals that people are getting, why they're getting the signal, that there's some shaky ground here. Now, it's not confirmed. Don't ever put your eggs in the basket of this Supreme Court. That's just a general rule. But when you watch the stream, you learn a little bit about what the signal is. The signal is the fact that she's emphasizing in history. Can you point to a single time? Already when you get that question, it's like she knows, right? Because she's read the briefs. And if you had the case and you had language, you would have put it in the brief. And so she's asking the question. She knows the answer. And she knows what you're going to bring up, which is TWIA and this Federal Circuit opinion, whatever. And she's immediately discounting it. So that's why it's a signal.
Where that phrase, together, regulate importation, has been used to confer tariff imposing authority?
Well, as to regulate importation, that was held in TWIA. So obviously, and that's
okay. So an intermediate appellate court held it in TWIA, but you just
an intermediate appellate court, right?
Told Justice Kavanaugh that wasn't your lead argument. That your lead argument was this long history of the phrase regulate importation being understood to include tariff authority. So my question is, has there ever been another instance in which a statute has used that language to confer the power? Well, putting aside Yoshida.
And obviously, other statutory examples.
And Yoshida is the case that I think it's Yoshida 2, that this like kind of intermediate appellate court decision that they're citing.
Well, just imports. The cases we rely on are cases where, for example, in Gibbons, it's Ogden and Justice Story's.
But that just shows the word can be used that way. None of those.
Right. So Gibbons v. Ogden and these other Supreme Court cases are saying like you can use the word regulate to include certain kind of fees and that kind of stuff. But like she's asking a more specific question about the language at issue here, and more with respect to the U.S. code, and not just and actually holding that it means that, not that it can mean that.
Cases talked about it as conferring tariff authority. I understood you to be citing McGoldrick and Gibbons and those cases just to show that it's possible to say that regulating commerce includes the power to tariff.
I think our argument goes a bit further than that as an interpretive matter, because if you look at that history, the history of delegation.
Would you just answer the Justice's question?
Can you identify any statute that used that phrase to confer tariff?
Yeah, the only two
fucking dodging. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can you identify?
Would you just answer the Justice's question?
Love base.
Can you identify any statute that used that phrase to confer tariff?
Yeah, the only two statutes I can identify now are TWIA, as interpreted in Yoshida, and then closely related, not regulate importation, but adjust imports in section 232.
Well, I think adjust imports is differently. So the answer is the contested application in TWIA, and then now in IEPA.
And then, of course, I mean, there's a sort of direct line there.
Yeah, I understand that, but okay.
And then, More fundamentally, we rely on historical sources, so there's this long historical pedigree of broad delegations of the foreign commerce power, not the power to tax that we're not asserting here, delegations of the foreign commerce power to the president, going back to Gibbons against Ogden, all the way through McGoldrick and Board of Trustees, where this court and founding era sources say the power to, in other words, the power to tariff is kind of this natural, as everyone knows, that includes.
I think it's interesting that the Trump administration has to brute force all their goals to get to the Supreme Court. I think that's super interesting. And I think it relates to a couple things. The first is I think that there is daylight between congressional Republicans and Trump on some stuff. And this has to do largely with ultimately some of these populist policies. So on tariffs, it's just been dogma of the Republican Party that free trade is like the free tradeness of the Republican Party is almost the most consistent, I would say, policy position of the Republican Party throughout the course of history, right? Republican Party has changed a lot since it was founded in the 1800s, and emerged. But one consistent sort of view of it was this pro-business positioning, right? That has been like consistent ever since it was a Northern party, that it was a party more aligned with business interests throughout the course of the 20th century, etc. Maybe some little asterisks with like Roosevelt or whatever in the progressive era, but even then it was like largely the base of it was this pro-business kind of elite backing party, right? Throughout the course. So that is like a very entrenched dogma of the Republican Party. So I think on tariffs, there actually is daylight here. On some of the other issues, I think the Republican Congress is willing to go along with it, but they maybe feel like they don't need to give they'll let Trump do Trump and they'll abide it, but they're not going to make it front and center. So that's the ways in which I think that there's some divergence in the Republican congressional outfit and the White House. But it's cold comfort because the willingness to abide and not take any stance is almost just as bad as like going along with everything. And even on the tariffs, right? Congress, if it wanted to, could get rid of all this stuff. And I imagine if you had a blind vote, ideologically, they would. But their acquiescence is almost a tacit endorsement, even if they're not going to put their fingerprint on the trigger itself. Thank you so much for the raid from One Hand Politics. Do you only have one hand? If so, very cool. Very cool. But thank you so much for the raid. Humongous, massive raid. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining in. We're talking law, we're talking shop, we're talking tariffs. So if you enjoy these SCOTUS arguments, legal analysis, throw me a like. Why not? Why not? Why not? What up, King? What up, One Hand Politics? Sorry, I'm not making fun of if you only have one hand. We're not ableist here. That's not what we're about, but really super, super duper appreciate the raid.
One other question about the plain text general sour. So you've referred to the other verbs in IEPA as capacious. Would you really describe them as capacious? Because to me, things like nullify and void have definite meanings. I agree with you that regulate is a broader term, but those words I think are powerful.
And those words having their definite meaning and being powerful, no doubt, show that they're tied to a specific purpose, which was referenced by the respondents here, or will be referenced by the respondents and by Justice Jackson, which is, this is a sanction statute. This is to stop trade in the context of a war. It's not to impose these broad tariffs. And so, yeah, the word regulate is kind of broad and capacious, I guess, and ambiguous, but it's kind of positioned around these other words that, though powerful, have more specific and tight meanings. And this is the doctrine or the canon of nocitur associus. You'll know them by their friends, right? So if you have a rule that says no dogs, cats, or other animals allowed, does the term other animal include human? Right? A human's an animal. No, when you interpret words, oftentimes it's informed by their surrounding friends. So if a bar says, no dogs, cats, or other animals, it's speaking of like domesticated animals and like non-human animals, basically. The kind of average animal you would expect to be a pet or something that you would volitionally bring into a location with you, but it doesn't include all literal organisms that such that it would include humans, right?
They pack a punch, but I wouldn't describe them as capacious in the sense that they have a wide range of meanings. So can you just
Thank you, One Hand Politics. Very much appreciate your raid. Very much appreciate it. And thank you everyone for the follows. Follow on YouTube, Pisco's Hour, and follow on Twitch, Pisco. Thank you so much. Oh, I just so excited I knocked my headphones out.
describe what you mean by capacious?
Let me put it this way. You look at all 9 verbs together, and you're looking at a spectrum of powers from the most sort of negative, nullify, block, prohibit, void, to the most affirmative, direct, compel, and then also powers in between that are more intermediate, regulate, investigate, and so forth. So the natural common sense inference from that grammatical structure is the intention of Congress to sort of cover the waterfront.
Well,
To grant the power
possibly.
And the thing is, though, if that's the case, and this is the language that they're talking about, right? So by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, right? To investigate, block during the pendency of investigation, regulate, direct and compel, nullify, void, prevent or prohibit any acquisition, holding, withholding, use, transfer, withdrawal, transportation, importation, or exportation of, or dealing in, or exercising any right, power, privilege. So what he's saying, the SG is, this is trying to cover the field. It's trying to cover all the kinds of things the president could do to restrict trade. And so regulate should be read in context of them trying to do everything here. The response to that is, well, then why not include imposed duties, tax, tariff, when it's included so many other places? And it's conspicuously absent here. And all of these words seem to apply most forcefully to the existence of an emergency where you would need to like quickly stop trading with the enemy in the context of a war.
Not possible, except Congress did take out a whole bunch of verbs. It took out confiscate, vest, hold, use, administer, liquidate, sell, which were in the prior statute. And crucially, what it doesn't have here is anything that refers to raising revenue. So it has a lot of verbs, it has a lot of actions that can be taken under this statute. It just doesn't have the one you want.
Well, I would say the notion that all these other verbs are sort of not
Kagan right now is my favorite justice on the court, and it's because she's very I think efficient with her language, and she just has a way of putting things which is like, to me, super practical, super common sense. Never like grasping at straws.
Is anything that refers to raising revenue. So
there's a lot of language here. Just to include what you wanted to.
Administer, liquidate, sell, which were in the prior statute. And crucially, what it doesn't have here is anything that refers to raising revenue. So it has a lot of verbs, it has a lot of actions that can be taken under the statute. It just doesn't have the one you want.
Well, I would say the notion that all these other verbs are sort of not revenue raising, like block and prohibit, I think that argument is unconvincing for 2 reasons. One, of course, is that we're not saying it confers a revenue raising power, we're saying it confers a regulatory power, and that's a crucial distinction. But also—
Yes, but if I can just stop you there, regulatory power, I mean, yes, it says regulate, but I'll broaden out Justice Barrett's question. Is there any place that you can find in the entire code where regulate, used just as regulate, includes taxing power?
We don't assert that. We say it includes tariffing power when it's combined with importation, and that's just the most natural.
Right, because the natural understanding of regulate, even though, in fact, we can regulate through taxes, but when the code uses regulate, we don't typically understand it to refer to duties or taxes or tariffs or anything of the kind. And then if you look at the flip side of this, and you look at all the tariff statutes that Congress has passed, I mean, they use language about revenue-raising tariffs.
And this is also, it reminds you of some of the arguments used by some of these appellate and district courts on the invocation of National Guard statutes, where they're like, hang on, do we really think that this subpart of this militia act is making an exception to posse comitatus, allowing you to use military force to enforce the law in this, when you have all these specific statutes that give you the right to use the military to enforce civilian law when it comes to like quarantines, when it comes to protecting the national parks. Right? We have all of these specific delegations of authority. Do we really think that in this calling forth statute under like sub 2, we were making this grand exception to posse comitatus when in all these other different places there are these like very narrow, the Insurrection Act, these various different provisions where it's much more narrow in terms of its exception to posse comitatus. And that's the kind of the style of argument here is like, come on, we don't really think that this is, why would we have to pass all of these other tiny provisions for the president to do his tariffs if it's the case that he has this like sweeping, unreviewable discretion in the context of IEPA?
duties and duties or taxes or tariffs or anything of the kind. And then if you look at the flip side of this and you look at all the tariff statutes that Congress has passed, I mean, they use language about revenue raising, tariffs and duties and taxes, all the language that does not appear in the statute you rely on.
Start with the sort of grammatical structure of the statute, then refer to the other statutes. Regulate importation. You put those two words in combination. That's the inference from that is, the founders discussed this sort of like, as everyone knows attitude. Regulate importation, one of the most natural applications of that is the power to tariff. So when Congress confers the power to regulate imports, it is naturally conferring the power to tariff, which it has delegated to the executive branch again and again and again.
I'm sorry, counsel. It doesn't say regulate tariffs. It says regulate importations and exportations.
Right.
You agree that they can't put taxes on exportations constitutionally.
I agree with that, yes.
All right. So why should we think that it's natural then to think that regulate importation includes taxing importations?
So understand that argument. It's a really good argument, I think, in terms of interpretation. You're not allowed to impose duties on exports. Okay? So regulate here is a modifier of both importation or exportation. So if we understand regulate to include tariffing power, it would apply both to importation or exportation, which you're not allowed to do. And so why should we read this to include something that you're allowed to do for importation but not exportation? That's the kind of like, why read it this way, where it applies to both importation and exportation? No, that's just his voice.
Because that is
it's in the conjunctive, importations and exportations. If they can't do it with respect to exportations, why are we permitting them to do it with respect to importations?
Because as this court has recognized, going back to Gibbons against Ogden and going through McGoldrick and Board of Trustees, the phrase, when you're regulating imports, tariffing is a core application of that. So in other words, if you're saying go regulate trading and securities,
and he's just dodging, right? So the question was, why the asymmetry for importation and exportation with respect to the application of regulate, which is equal as to both importation and exportation? Why write it that way when you know it's not allowed for exportation, right? And he's not addressing, he's just like dodging.
Why is it that Congress has always used regulate and tax together in the code? Are you telling us that with respect to its use of regulate in other statutes, the taxing reference is superfluous? They didn't need to do that?
Answer the fucking question. So she's saying in other places, it says regulate or tax or regulate and tax or regulate or impose duties. And if all you needed was regulate, are you saying that this was superfluous? They didn't need to put in taxation everywhere that they do because it's included in regulate.
Are you telling us that with respect to its use of regulate in other statutes, the taxing reference is superfluous? They didn't need to do that?
I'm not sure what other statutes use regulate and tax together, but this statute has a specific historical pedigree going back to its enactment during World War I in 1917. Where the phrase regulate importation is evoking an inherent power to tariff that became established in the 19th century in cases like Hamilton against Dillon and so forth.
He's basically, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know what statute, but this statute, yes.
Set forth in Professor Baumsei's amicus brief.
Counsel, some time ago you dismissed the applicability of the major questions doctrine. And I want you to explain that a little bit more. I mean, it seems that it might be directly applicable. You have...
That's another sign that commentators have said is a bad sign for the Trump administration. The fact he said it seems like it might be applicable, major questions doctrine. Remember his response to the major questions doctrine question, which was the first question asked by Clarence Thomas, was, well, this is an emergency/foreign policy issue, and so major questions doesn't apply there. Source? Fucking source? But this is another kind of like insider where they're like, okay, so the question from Barrett's like, seems highly skeptical that you should read the statute this way. Roberts, with this question, it seems like major questions doctrine would apply here. That's another indication he seems skeptical that the statute ought be read this way, if for anything, because of the major questions doctrine. And he doesn't seem convinced by the response to the major questions doctrine from the SG, which is essentially no major questions doctrine if foreign policy. If foreign policy, major questions doctrine goes burr, or doesn't go burr, it goes Z. If foreign policy / emergency. And Roberts doesn't seem convinced, so he wants to press him on major questions. It's another way of conceiving that is Roberts is skeptical on the statutory interpretation stuff, and that's one of the reasons why commentators have said Trump's tariffs seem like they're in a state potentially of being undone.
want you to explain that a little bit more. I mean, it seems that it might be directly
Seems
applicable.
like-
You have
and he said directly.
a claim source in IEPA that had never before been used to
So it seems like it might be directly on point. IEPA has never been used this way, so this is unprecedented use of the statute. Emphasizing all this is why commentators are saying this.
justify tariffs. No one has argued that it does
Until now.
This particular case. Congress uses tariffs in other provisions, but not here. And yet, and correct me on this if I'm not right about it, the justification is being used for a power to impose tariffs on any product from any country in any amount for any length of time. That seems like, I'm not suggesting it's not there, but it does seem like that's major authority, and the basis for the claim seems to be a misfit. So why doesn't it apply again?
Seems to be a misfit. So why shouldn't we use major questions here? Like, no one's ever thought of it this way. No one's ever argued it this way until now. And what you're asking for is unlimited tariff authority for unlimited time, unreviewable. And so why should we ignore the major questions doctrine? Go. So that's why, and his emphasis there suggests skepticism.
We agree that it's a major power, but it's in the context of a statute that is explicitly conferring major powers. That the point of the statute is to confer.
So major powers doctrine doesn't apply to things related to major powers. Fucking end me. This is one of the reasons why I don't take seriously these so-called originalists, so-called textualists who just invoke in bad faith different doctrines to get around their textualism whenever they don't like the result of the fucking analysis. Whenever they don't like originalism, they drop originalism and they go totally purposivist. And whenever they don't like major questions doctrine, they don't apply it. So major question doctrine doesn't apply when Congress is trying to confer major question, like major power. What the fuck? How do we even work with that? That just totally feels.
We agree that it's a major power, but it's in the context of a statute that is explicitly conferring major powers. That the point of the statute is to confer major powers to address major questions.
That's helpful.
Which are emergencies. So it'd be unusual to say, look at the statute and say, we're not going to find a major power here.
Well, but the exercise of the power is to impose tariffs, right? And the statute doesn't use the word tariffs.
But it uses the word regulate importation. And historically, a core central application of that, a big piece of that, has always been to tariff. If you had asked the founders, how do you regulate imports? They'd say, of course, we tariff. That's what we do. So it'd be very unusual to say, we're giving you power to regulate importation, and say, but you can't impose regulatory tariffs. That'd be almost a contradiction. And all the historical sources we cite in our brief, relate to that particular historical pedigree. And as I was referring to earlier, there's a specific pedigree of regulation.
And understand his the circularity here, right? He's saying tariffs in their nature are regulatory, and they are included in regulation. And these are regulatory tariffs. Well, isn't every tariff regulatory tariff then? If tariffs are in their nature regulatory, why even add this modifier, regulatory tariff? Because obviously he has to try to contrast these tariffs with some hypothetical other tariffs that wouldn't be allowed. Because he needs to basically try to dupe the Supreme Court. They're not falling for it. At least not yet. We'll see your fucking opinion. But at least it doesn't seem that they're falling for it. This circularity where, okay, this doesn't go too far, but there's some hypothetical set of tariffs that aren't regulatory in their nature, and they're revenue generating tariffs that are somehow not regulatory. But you said, right, tariffs are in their nature regulatory. To regulate naturally includes power to tariff. And it's really duplicitous, in my opinion, really duplicitous. Especially given the fact that the administration has explicitly tried to sell these tariffs on their revenue generating characteristics. So it's a lie on many fronts, but especially Weasley, given the fact that you're both trying to argue that tariffs are in their nature regulatory, but also trying to distinguish your tariffs as being particularly regulatory compared to other hypothetical tariffs that you haven't even described what those would even be like. I guess it would only include tariffs where you say we don't intend to regulate, but then where does your argument about inherent regulatoriness of tariffs go? Does that make sense? Did I just say regulatory so many times that it lost its meaning?
Importation here in the specific context of the presidents Polk and Lincoln and President McKinley asserting the authority to impose tariffs in wartime that was then codified in TWIA and then recodified for peacetime in TWIA in 1933 and then carried over into IEPA. So there's that as well. But more importantly, if you look at the sort of triggering conditions that members of this court have identified for the major questions doctrine, there's a series of them, and we think they really all of them don't apply here. For example, the notion that the power is unheralded. You refer to the fact that IEPA has never been asserted to invoke tariffs, but of course, the immediately predecessor statute, the tariffs that President Nixon imposed on that were upheld under this very language. So this, I would say this is, and it was recodified
by the Federal Circuit.
It's kind of the opposite of unheralded power. It's also heralded because there's this long-standing delegation, tradition of very broad delegations of the foreign commerce power going back to the founding, going back to
the foreign commerce power. But I mean, and I think this is a question for the other side as well. It's two-facing. Yes, of course, tariffs in dealings with foreign powers, but the vehicle is imposition of taxes on Americans, and that has always been the core power of Congress. So to have the president's foreign affairs power trump that basic.
Because at base, right? What are these tariffs? At base, what are these tariffs? These tariffs are taxes on Americans. I'm going to repeat that again. At base, these are taxes on Americans. Who has to pay Who has to pay the tax collector, the duty imposer, the member of Customs and Border Protection, whoever's overseeing this tariff enforcement? Who's paying it? An American or an importer is paying that tax. So that formalism there, despite the economic equality that he will try to impose, that the SG and Trump will say, well, this is no different economically from equality. Well, that formalism matters to the Constitution. Who's paying the tax? Even if it's downstream, it'll have some price effects elsewhere. It'll have some foreign policy effect. The actual thing you're doing is taxing Americans. That's the power that's being invoked. Yes, it might have a foreign policy aim, but anyone could make that claim about any power, right? You can invoke some authority to do something that seems purely domestic in the nature of the power being invoked, but say that it has a downstream foreign policy power. So it kind of swallows itself up. And that's why I think I credit Sotomayor's question even more, is that if all it takes is some forward-looking foreign policy purpose to convert what are traditionally thought of as domestic powers or domestic policies into, or I don't know, Article 1 powers into Article 2 powers, then it really, like, the exception starts to swallow the rule here, and now everything's a foreign power, and therefore the president should get a deference on everything and just become a king.
Power for Congress seems to me to kind of at least neutralize between the two powers, the executive power and the legislative power.
Let me say two things in response to that. First, the notion that the taxes are all borne by Americans and are not borne by foreign producers.
That's not what he said. What he said is it's a tax on Americans. He didn't say that that there isn't some portion of it that is economically borne by, based on the nature of markets, but it fundamentally is a tax on Americans.
Whose goods are imported is empirically, there's no basis for that in the record. It's actually a mix.
Well, who pays the tariffs? If a tariff is imposed on automobiles, who pays them?
Typically there'd be regardless of who the importer of record is, there'd be a contract that would go along the sort of line of transfer that would allocate the tariff, and there'd be different.
Fucking word salad. Who pays it, bitch?
Sometimes the foreign producer would pay them. Sometimes the importer would bear the cost. The importer could be an American, could be a foreign company. A lot of times.
Who actually pays it is the question. Do they get reimbursed? Maybe. Do they pass on the cost? Maybe. But who pays it, bitch?
A wholly owned American subsidiary of a foreign corporation. So it gets allocated. The empirical estimates range from like 30% to 80% of like how much is borne by Americans.
I mean, it's been suggested that the tariffs are responsible for significant reduction in our deficit. I would say that's raising revenue domestically.
No doubt. And what he's referencing here is Trump. Who's suggesting that this is reducing deficit? The fucking Republicans. Trump himself. You can sit here with a straight face and say they're not revenue generating. Give me a fucking break. Of course, they're raising some revenue. Now on net, it's hurting our economy. Now separate that in your head, right? It could be the case that tariffs net are lowering revenue, right? Because maybe it depresses economic activity and lowers income taxes elsewhere. Maybe in terms of the economy overall, it's lowering GDP. So these are not inconsistent notions. And I do maintain both of them, that the tariffs are bad for our economy, probably in the long term overall reduce revenues. But that instantly, right, it is extracting money and adding to the coffers, just like in the moment, right? Yeah, this happened today.
Incidental and collateral effect of the tariffs, they do raise revenue, but it's very important that they are regulatory tariffs, not revenue-raising tariffs. And the way you can see this...
What's the difference between those? You said that all tariffs are... This is the kind of shiftiness, man. But give this guy some credit. He won the Trump immunity decision. Although I give him less credit than the fucking fecklessness of the court itself. But, yeah.
If you
there's a reason he's the SG, is because he's able to do this, like, gift of the gab and just gaslight the court. Which the court sometimes lets itself be gaslit. I'm glad in this context it seems like they're not interested in that.
This policy is by far the most effective if nobody ever pays the tariffs. I say two policies, right? So if you look at the trade deficit emergency, if nobody ever pays the tariffs and instead Americans...
Imagine this. He's saying the policy is most effective when nobody pays the tariff. That's what he says. It's most effective when nobody pays the tariff. We wish no one would pay the tariff and trade would stop. That's what he says. All the while talking about how we're going to increase trade, having the baseline of the 10% stuff, saying these are not going away. So it's counter to everything. But look at the question that's coming. It might be this colloquy or the next one or this kind of exchange. But so listen to what he just said. He just said the tariffs are most effective when no one pays them. That's his argument.
tariffs, not revenue-raising tariffs. And the way you can see this, I think, if you look at this policy is by far the most effective if nobody ever pays the tariffs. I say two policies, right? So if you look at the trade deficit emergency, if nobody ever pays the tariffs and instead Americans direct their consumption towards American producers and stimulate the rebuilding of our hollowed-out manufacturing base, then the policy is by far the most effective. So a tariff, a regulatory tariff that...
Why not do what the statute permits? Bar importation of products altogether.
Boom. If the policy would work at its best if no one paid it, why not just stop all importation altogether? And the language does seem to allow you to do that. If what you want is for Americans to focus their domestic consumption on American goods, why not just stop all importation? Which the language clearly is more capacious of that situation. Query whether or not you could challenge the invocation of the emergency in that context, and whether the court would give maximal deference in that situation. But to me, it's just like, well, what's the answer to that?
Producers and stimulate the rebuilding of our hollowed-out manufacturing base, then the policy is by far the most effective. So a tariff, a regulatory tariff that...
Why not do what the statute permits? Bar importation of products altogether. That would be the most effective way to do it.
The question
You follow the statute. The statute says the president can do that. What it doesn't say is the president can raise revenue.
What it says is he can regulate importation and going back for hundreds of years, the way you regulate
quotas, causing it, subjecting some countries and not others to importation bans. There's a lot of verbs, but none of them include generating revenue as a side effect.
Yeah, she did let him off the hook. He should answer that.
Or directly.
Let me address that verb point, if I may, because think about the canonical example, a statute that refers to a list of...
It's a great question. And Sotomayor had another one of these that I forget now, but she kind of doesn't force him to answer. I just want you to answer that question.
Swords, knives, daggers, dirt.
But Sotomayor was also really good about forcing him to answer Barrett's question. So weird. I did like that he couldn't effectively answer Barrett's question, but I just wish that she would force him to answer her question.
And pikes. There you look at that list of things and you say, aha, those are all weapons, therefore a pike is a spear, not a fish in that particular context. Now look at this list of verbs, block, prohibit, compel, direct, and so forth. You don't look at that naturally as an ordinary reader and say, oh, look, they're all not revenue raising. What you say is they're all very broad, powerful, actions of the
the verbs that are in the statute are actually doing something. I mean, they're in the statute for a reason, and as I understand it, Congress actually explained to us in its
Why is he
Senate
talking about
report
fish and spear? So the analogy is like, imagine you have a list of weapons, right? And he's basically saying it's covering all sorts of different types of weapons. There's no good purpose in trying to like a spear versus a pike. They're just trying to cover everything, right? And so don't read too closely into like which weapons. They're just trying to cover all of these kinds of weapons, and this is a kind of thing they can do. So that's why he's bringing it up. And what Justice Jackson's response is like, these words are all specific and being chosen for a reason. It's not just we're trying to capture the field of this type of thing. So that's why the analogy is to like the weapons, okay? So he's like, come on, you wouldn't expect Congress to go through every single different minor subvariation of a weapon in order to do this kind of ban thing or whatever they're going to do. And so we shouldn't expect them to have every word, but Justice Jackson's response is like, well, hang on. These are different categories of thing altogether, and they're each important.
Reason, and as I understand it, the verbs that are in the statute...
What you say is they're all very broad, powerful, actions of the...
the verbs that are in the statute are actually doing something. I mean, they're in the statute for a reason, and as I understand it, Congress actually explained to us in its Senate report and House report when it enacted...
Asking why they didn't pursue some other policy would be far outside the scope of ruling on the current policy. First of all, justices ask technically irrelevant questions all the time. I mean, Barrett asked a question about like... Barrett asked a question regarding whether it would be messy or not to return the tariffs later on. She'll ask that question. But here I think it is relevant. Like, the SG is citing constantly this division between regulatory tariffs and non-regulatory tariffs, revenue generating. And he makes the claim that it's important to him that one of the reasons that this is maintainable is that the goal here is not to raise revenue. That's really important to his argument as he claims it, right? So that's something he's raising. He's saying, the whole point of this is not to raise revenue. We're actually trying to have no revenue generation. That would be optimal. And so, given that it's important to him, I think that it's an internal critique to say of what he says is important. If that's the goal, why not just ban it altogether? Because it undermines the notion that he's being forthcoming or that it's true that this goal is not to raise revenue, which of course we all know is bullshit, because that's what they're arguing in public, is that one of the major goals here is to raise revenue. And so I think it's totally relevant insofar as this guy claims that the purpose here matters. Undermining the plausibility of that purpose seems directly relevant. And also the Supreme Court, in terms of their question, is not limited to, strictly speaking, relevance. They're allowed to ask other stuff too. They can ask whatever the fuck they want. So that's my response to that.
The 1941 amendments to TWIA, what it was doing. It said that what we are doing is authorizing the president, in the Senate report, quote, to control or freeze property transactions where a foreign interest is involved. There's similar language about controlling, freezing control in the House report. So I appreciate that generally you can look at these words and you can imagine that they mean certain things, but here we have evidence that Congress was actually trying to do a particular
legislative
thing with respect
history
to the authority that it was presenting.
So she's letting legislative history, and again, I think it's totally in bounds, even if you take this kind of like anti-legislative history, originalist approach or whatever, to cite that legislative history if this other guy, if Trump is relying on some legislative history, on some purposivist reading, right, which they are, right? They're saying, look at what the Intermediate Appellate Court said in this context, and we should read in that interpretation into what they said in the Congress. If you're going to do that kind of work, why should we not also look at the actual House report statements on what they're trying to do here and consider that as part of the overall picture regarding the purpose of the statute?
To the president, and that thing was not raising revenue.
I think that the powers that Congress was conferring on the president are best understood through the plain text of the statutes, which includes regulating.
No, I know, but some of us care about the legislative history. And so the plain text of the statute has certain verbs in it.
Elbow too.
It also has regulate commerce, as you say. And when I look at the legislative history, it appears as though Congress was trying to give the president the authority to, quote, control or freeze property transactions where a foreign interest is involved. And in the TWIA context, that makes perfect sense because we're talking about a wartime dynamic. And what is happening is the president needs the authority to prevent trading with the enemy in the midst of a war. And that seems to be the focus of this statute. So I guess I'm concerned about just sort of taking a particular word here and there and saying that the general view of it might include raising revenue when, in fact, it looks as though the aim of this was really to give the president a certain kind of authority to freeze the assets of the enemy.
And let me say two things in response to that. First, as the notion that this is a revenue-raising tactic or power, it is not. We are asserting a regulatory power. It's a delegation of power to regulate foreign commerce. The way to control imports traditionally has been to tariff them. They say, well, you can impose quotas. Well, quotas are essentially economically equivalent to tariffs. So the question is, why would
economically equivalent? Economically equivalent. But they're different. A quota doesn't actually take in revenue. What does a quota do? A quota limits how much you can bring in or a particular person can bring in. Now, it might have similar downstream effects under, I don't know, neoclassical or classical, whatever economic theory that you have, but it's not a tariff, not the same.
Able to quota under regulate, but not tariff under regulate, when the tariffs are themselves regulatory. And let me turn back to the question the response I was giving.
Could the answer be that in other places where Congress wants that particular form of regulation to be used, they say impose duties. They say you can tax, Mr. President. Here they don't say that.
I take two things in response to that. That's the very argument that this court rejected in Algonquin. That the fact that these other specific statutes do say this way you have to.
Economic equivalent, what they mean is that put aside the fiscal impact, and he's kind of circular or begging the question because he's assuming that the purpose is to shore up domestic production. And so you can create a quota that shores up production to a similar capacity as a tariff. One is through explicit limitations on what you can bring in, and the other is through taxation. And so it is kind of begging the question of like what the purpose is in the first place, or making equivalence between those two. But basically suggesting that the effects on the economic actors are very, very similar, or can be made similar. You could make a quota that has the same economic effect as to the actors in question, though it will not obviously like raise revenue to this, unless maybe you have a tradable quota system or a licensing fee or something like that. But in general, will have similar effects.
I agree with you that Algonquin is a similar context. Do you have another statute or another circumstance?
And again, not to cite Algonquin again, but obviously we discussed the phrase adjust imports. And they said, the natural way to do that is to tariff them. And it specifically said it makes no sense at all to authorize quotas, which was conceded that statute did authorize, but not tariffs, because those are equivalent.
It said adjust by any means necessary, which kind of beefs up the adjust. And also, and this is actually, I just don't know the answer to this question, so maybe you can help and maybe the other side can help as well. Algonquin was very careful to always call it a license and a licensing fee. And in the oral argument that came up too, the distinction between a tariff and a licensing fee. And I can understand how in some contexts it would be very difficult. You would press on it and you would say, well, if this license fee is raising revenue, then it actually functions as a tariff. But what is the significance of that? Because in IEEPA, it also says, it refers particularly to licenses. It says you can license. And license would be a way of giving permission. That's actually the language also used in the Civil War one and what is it?
Exactly, yes, it does.
It was a license fee, and that's a way to grant permission that you wouldn't otherwise have.
So she's getting hung up on this language. So the means by which you achieve these different things include instructions, licenses, or otherwise. So if we understand licenses to be substantially similar to tariffs, she's basically asking, she's kind of obsessed with this one. I don't know the import of it. Maybe it'll come to me like, how does this affect how we should read regulate? If regulate importation means tariff, then how can you license a tariff or tariff a tariff? Or, we're going to achieve a tariff through means of a tariff. Or we're going to achieve like an effective tariff through, we're going to achieve a tariff through the effective means of a tariff. Something like that.
Have to trade and import and let it through. So tell me what the distinction is between licenses and fees and if it matters.
It's hard for me to see one, because what President Lincoln said is, okay, we're going to allow imports from hostile foreign powers, basically rebellious Confederate states, of cotton subject to a license, but you got to pay 4 cents a pound of cotton. When you do it, that's the condition. And that is so nearly equivalent to a tariff that says you can bring this goods to our country, but you got to pay ad valorem assessment on it. And of course, they have in their briefs conceded that quotas apply, that licensing may apply. There is a language in the beginning of 1701 that talks about instruments, or other methods, instruments, licenses.
But if that was true, why couldn't you just call this a license? And it's also true that in the cotton example, the court said the exaction itself was not properly a tax, but a bonus required as a condition precedent for engaging in the trade. So it seems like it was a little squirrely about how it was proceeding. And if there really is no distinction, why couldn't you just call it a license here?
Very briefly, the other two cases, the Polk case and then the President McKinley case, talk about duties. So I see the equivalence there, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
The other side is going to make an argument on delegation, I believe. Would you anticipate that and give us your understanding?
So this is the delegation argument, the constitutional argument, which is assume that we should read the statute the way that you're saying we ought read it. Would that itself be constitutional to delegate this much authority to the president? If, like, you're right, and regulate means tariff, and combined with everything else in the statute that you read as giving broad, unreviewable power to tariff any amount on any good for any amount of time against any country and have no ability for review, would that interpretation of the statute itself, even if accurate, be an unconstitutional delegation? Could Congress, if it wanted to, if it wrote it as explicitly as you're saying it now, could it do that if it wanted? That's what Clarence Thomas now is bringing up, the second part of it.
The delegation argument.
Yes, Justice Thomas, I'd say a couple things in response to that. First of all, this court has stated that the non-delegation doctrine does not apply with anything like the same force as it does in the domestic context, in foreign context. And that, again, to cite Dames and Moore again, Dames and Moore cites young...
I love that, too, right? So not only is there an exception to the major questions doctrine when it comes to foreign or emergencies, what the SG here is directly saying is there's also a foreign policy exception to the non-delegation principle. The non-delegation principle, which already is incredibly lax, right? You have to reach an insane threshold of delegation before we're going to invoke this principle. Hasn't been invoked since the 1920s. So little teeth does the non-delegation doctrine have. And the SG is unironically arguing for an even greater exception to non-delegation in foreign policy matters when there's no fucking case law on that whatsoever. He's just inventing anything that he's going to just tie whatever Trump wants to do with national security, foreign policy, emergency, and all of a sudden there's this hand-picked exception to whatever doctrine is in his way to do what they want. It is the most bad faith, disgusting form of advocacy, not internally consistent at all, in my opinion. I hate this view of presidential action that basically says we don't have to consider the law if it trivially involves foreign policy in any conceivable argument. And he's inventing exceptions, not just to the major questions doctrine, but to the non-delegation principle. It's so absurd.
force. This court has stated that the non-delegation doctrine does not apply with anything like the same force as it does in domestic context.
What would it even mean? And Gorsuch will touch on this in a second. What does it even mean? Like the non-delegation doctrine with even less teeth? Like the non-delegation doctrine, again, I want to stress, has not been used since like the 20s. It is so fucking lax. And now it's not going to have the same teeth when it's formed. Like, well, when would it ever conceivably apply? It doesn't make, like, there's no room. Like government always like wins when it comes to non-delegation, almost always, right? And so now you're going to apply an even greater amount of deference in the context of foreign policy for the non-delegation doctrine? Crazy.
In the foreign context. And that, again, to cite Dames and Moore again, Dames and Moore cites Youngstown. In Youngstown, in footnote 2 of Justice Jackson's opinion, he goes into detail about this. He addresses Curtis Wright. He says there's a lot of broad dicta in Curtis Wright, but the holding of Curtis Wright, the ratio decidendi, is that the domestic non-delegation doctrine does not apply to the same force in the foreign context. And then he uses that phrase, does not apply. He says the strict limitations on delegation that apply, in the internal context do not apply in the external context. And so we rely on that line of cases. And for the reasons I talked about earlier, we're talking about a situation where...
Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate you. Dino, if you raid, I didn't see it, but thank you.
The president has his own inherent authority to address foreign arising emergencies, and Congress is conferring tools on him that expand his ability, his capacity to do so. We are in the area of Youngstown Zone 1.
A few times you have alluded to the history as being important in interpreting the statute, and also that this language comes from the Trading with the Enemies Act, and that has its own pedigree. Could you just sketch out this direct line that you were alluding to as a basis for interpreting the current emergency statute as you would like it interpreted?
Yes, Justice Thomas, and turning back to the response I was giving to Justice Barrett earlier, there is, I think it's very well set out in Professor Baumstein's amicus brief, there is this history of presidents using a tariffing power or a tariff equivalent power, very, very close to tariffing power, in wartime to tariff trading with...
I also love this, by the way. Like, history matters until it doesn't. And so now we should, like, look at presidential actions separated apart from the founding generation in interpreting or the enacting generation of IEPA, or we should look like to the pedigree of other presidents that are farther away from the context in which is. So history matters until it doesn't, right? History matters until it doesn't. It's unprecedented that we have this criminal immunity, but that doesn't matter. And even though history supposedly, when it comes to like abortion or whatever, only matters at the very specific time that the court says it does. History only matters when it comes to gun legislation at like the specific enacting period of the Second Amendment until it doesn't, right? So it's all policymaking and picking and choosing which history to apply. So don't believe these quote unquote originalists when they claim to be principled if they're doing this, if they're not having a consistent interpretive philosophy in which history matters in the time they say it's supposed to matter. And also, like, why should presidential, like, concede that, like, a bunch of presidents do illegal shit? Why should, like, a presidential action unconnected to the interpretive task that's set before us on a statute that was intended to limit presidential action, why should that inform our interpretation of the statute that was intended to limit that discretion, limit that ability? I mean, it's such preposterous fucking policymaking. The major questions doctrine in the first place, right? But all of these little caveats, all of these little interpretive glosses that the originalists are so willing to apply, to me, it's just like, it shows the farce of, there are some originalists, I would say, that are more principled. I think Akhil Amar is more principled, but there are some originalists, some textualists who are totally out to sea, picking and choosing history, not doing this in a good faith way at all.
Enemies, and that when the Trading with the Enemy Act was enacted in 1917, it was deliberately evoking that. And when it brings in the power to regulate importation, it's essentially codifying for the inherent power the president's already recognized to have. And then in 1933, when that power is expanded to an area where he wouldn't inherently have it, the peacetime context, that codification, the meaning of that remains the same. The regulate importation language that's brought in from TWIA and then ultimately to IEPA in 1977 is carrying with it that connotation, and that's reinforced by all the cases we cite in our brief where there's been extremely broad delegations of the power to tariff specifically and the power to regulate foreign commerce more generally, going back to the time of the founding, which ties to your question about non-delegation.
Next will be Roberts.
Justice Alito?
Or Alito, sorry.
The court of the CCPA said things in Yoshida that are helpful to your position, but it also said some other things.
So Yoshida is this intermediate appellate court decision that they keep citing, right? And what Alito is bringing out here is like, this isn't a perfect case for Yoshida too.
Said that future surcharges, quote, must of course comply with Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. And it said that the Trading with the Enemy Act did not authorize the president to, quote, fix rates of duty at will without regard to statutory rates prescribed by Congress. So,
which is exactly what they're arguing ought be the case here. So Alito, this is another kind of, I wouldn't put any eggs in the Alito basket. He, I think, is the least principled conservative justice on the court. Justice on the court. Scratch that. Least principled, Samuel Alito. But this is a skeptical question. It's a gently phrased skeptical question that if you buy the Ishida 2 argument, there's language in there that seems to contradict the expansive interpretation that Trump wants.
Do you think that Congress, to the extent Congress had that decision in mind and relied on it, do you think it also relied on those statements in the opinion?
Not in the same way, because those statements are read into other provisions of
No, so he's like, yeah, so, and this is the exact, so read Yoshida 2, read this intermediate appellate court decision into the thought process of Congress, but only the parts of Yoshida 2 that we like, right? So he literally is saying pick and choose the history.
It also
Listen
do you
to
think that Congress, to the extent Congress had that decision in mind and relied on it, do you think it also relied on those statements in the opinion?
Not in the same way, because those statements are read into other provisions of TWIA that Congress did not enact in ANIPA. They may still be there in TWIA, but those are limitations that it wouldn't make sense to do. And I think the significance of
Wouldn't make sense, and common sense wouldn't make sense. So yeah, just pick this little subpart of Yoshida opinion, but exclude all this other part about it. Obviously, have to comply with Congress's tariff schedule, all that stuff. But let's just take this little part and let's squeeze out. And it is the most bad faith, like in real time. I didn't even know. I forgot that he asked this question, but it's just a perfect demonstration of what I'm talking about, the bad faith originalists.
Their principal position is no tariffs at all. Regulated importation just doesn't carry a connotation of the power to tariff. And we say we've got historical sources going back to Gibbons against Ogden that say the opposite. But more fundamentally, everyone knew that at the time IEPA was enacted, that regulated importation had just very visibly and very prominently
and very quickly jumps off that point.
A sweeping global tariff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to go back to Justice Barrett's question on the word license as used in AIPA. It's not used as a verb. It's used as a noun. The President may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, then do what the verbs permit him to do. By license, he can nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit any acquisition, etc. So license is not being used as a verb that through licensing he can raise revenue. He can only use licenses to accomplish the verbs. So I don't understand how we can treat licensing as equivalent to revenue raising. As used in AIPA, the license is only to accomplish what B permits.
In Hamilton against Dillon, licenses, once you had the license, then you had to pay the fees.
But that's the point I'm making, which is that the only use of license here is a noun. You can license to accomplish the powers that B gives the president.
Let me be clear. We rely on the phrase regulated importation. We're not saying that.
Exactly. You're not relying on licenses for that reason.
No.
Right. So they are stuck with regulate importation. Amy Coney Barrett's question was like, well, couldn't you structure it as a license? And Sotomayor's response is like, you can do licenses, but they have to be to achieve these aims, and these powers, right? Use them to do these things, basically. And he's like, the SG concedes that they're relying specifically on regulate importation.
Well, I only cite that language, that introductory language about instruments, licenses,
that
or otherwise.
Also, by the way, because this isn't a license, they're not licenses; they're tariffs. So one of the reasons you can't just say these are licenses, because they're not licenses, they're tariffs.
Counsel, would you listen to my question? You're not relying on license for the reason I just said, because it is a noun, not the verb. You're relying on regulate, correct?
Yes, we're relying on regulate importation.
Right. And despite the fact that no other president in the history of AIPA has ever used tariffs as a power under AIPA.
Well, President Nixon did so
under a predecessor.
By the way, so far in terms of skeptical questions, obviously all the liberal justices are, I think, locked in votes against these tariffs. There was a skeptical question from Barrett, highly skeptical, and then there was a highly skeptical question from Roberts. That's a majority if they all vote against the tariffs. But that's where we are so far. That's like the whip count so far. There was a pseudo skeptical question from Alito, which indicates it was politely stated, but semi-skeptical, but never count on him. But so far you would say of the conservative justices too, like pretty skeptical questions.
All right. Number two, whenever Congress intends to permit taxing and regulate, it uses the word tax and regulate in every other statute, correct?
Yep.
I don't concede that. I mean, two very visible examples again are TWIA and Section 122.
We're back to the question here. Okay. Thank you, Counsel.
Justice Sotomayor?
No, she's Justice Sotomayor.
Yeah.
Fucking cooked. We need to get these old guys out of positions of power. You misspoke.
She just finished.
Justice Kagan?
And they're friends?
I want to take you back to Justice Thomas's question about non-delegation, and if I understood your answer correctly,
constitutional
it's really similar
issue.
to the answer that you started off with.
So back to the constitutional issue, that if the interpretation is correct on AIPA, would that be constitutional delegation?
When you talk with Justice Thomas about the major questions doctrine, which is sort of everything's different because the president has independent constitutional powers in this area. And so that if one does not think that with respect to tariffs, if one thinks that a tariff is a taxing power, is a regulation of foreign commerce that is really delegated by the Constitution to Congress, that argument does not sound so well. And in fact, when you look at J.W. Hampton, which gives rise to the non-delegation test that we usually use, J.W. Hampton is a tariffs case. And the court did not say, oh, we need some special new principle here, some stricter rule because we're dealing with tariffs in which presidents are directly concerned as a matter of foreign relations.
She's calling into question this exception, supposed exception that the SG has raised, namely that if it deals with foreign stuff, we should apply like a lesser version of non-delegation. And remember, this Hampton case, the non-delegation doctrine is any intelligible principle, right? So the term I think is intelligible principle. It is incredibly lax. So what Kagan is saying, if you look at that case, it dealt with foreign issues. It didn't mention anything about like a special non-delegation principle that's even more lax in the context of foreign trade or foreign relations or anything like that. So she's calling into question the response there.
It enunciated the test we use for all non-delegations. So how does that fit with your theory?
8 years later, in Curtis Wright, the court held the non-delegation doctrine for domestic affairs does not apply with the same force as it does in
But
foreign
not with
affairs.
respect to tariffs, not with respect to the quintessential taxing powers, which are given by the Constitution to Congress.
I think justices of this court have recognized in their opinions that one of the reasons that the non-delegation doctrine, that intelligible principle test hasn't packed as much punch as Justice Kavanaugh said in one of his opinions as it might otherwise have done, is it did arise in the foreign affairs context, because there the court has historically been very, very comfortable with very broad delegations. Chicago and Southern Airlines, another case from the 1930s, shortly after, J.W. Hampton talked about very large delegations of the foreign commerce power being very effective. And of course, this goes back to the very dawn of the Republic in 1790, for example. Congress conferred on President Washington.
I'm highly skeptical of all this shit.
He said, go, get licenses, right, to do commerce with the Indians, and they'll be subject to whatever rules and regulations President Washington can make. So I do think there's
obviously, if the president holds concurrent authority, like the non-delegation, he already has the authority, right? Like you don't need to delegate the authority that he like pretty much already has. So I understand that, but like the notion that we should adjust the non-delegation rule, that doesn't seem to have any founding, in my opinion.
Consistency between the announcement of the intelligible principle test in J.W. Hampton and then the subsequent recognition by this court in Curtis Wright that the non-delegation doctrine doesn't apply the same force in this context.
In consumers research just last year, we had a tax before us, and the question was this a delegation issue? It was, of course, a much smaller tax, which dealt with many fewer taxpayers. Notwithstanding that, we said if there's no ceiling on this tax, we sort of assumed that if there were no ceiling on this tax, it would raise a delegation problem. And most of the opinion was given over to showing that there, in fact, was a ceiling on the tax, not a quantitative one, but a qualitative one. But how does your argument fit with the idea that a tax with no ceiling, a tax that can be anything that here the president wants, there an agency wants, would raise a
and
pretty
literally,
deep...
like Trump has said, I want 1,000% tariff or something. You remember this shit? He's like, either on the campaign trail or even maybe in office, he was like, we want 1,000% tariff or some shit. Reminds me of when he's like, we've lowered the price by 200%. Of drugs, so we're actually not realizing what that means. He just says whatever number.
Delegation problem.
First of all, I can't say enough. It is a regulatory tariff, not a tax. And that, I think, ties to my response to that, which is that this is a totally different context. This is IEPA, a statute that Congress carefully crafted to grant the president admittedly broad powers to address foreign arising emergencies. It's outward-facing to foreign affairs, where there's the broadest level of deference to the political branches, as this court has recognized in many cases, and impose not a floor or limit on the amount of a tariff that can be imposed very naturally, because, for example, as this court said in Loving, quoting Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist number 23, it's impossible to foresee either what exigencies may arise or what tools may be needed to address those exigencies, the means that may be required to address those exigencies. Instead, Congress grant very broad powers, but they're confined to a particular domain. This domain is any property in which any foreign government or any national thereof has any interest. So the sort of discipline, if one were to apply, we say you shouldn't, but if you would apply the non-delegation doctrine, the domestic-facing non-delegation doctrine in this context, there's a significant limitation there.
Yeah, so my last question really does have to do with that point, which is how or whether this is confined. Because if you look at Title 19, which is loaded with tariffs and duties of various kinds, all of them have real constraints on them. They are, you can't go over X%, or it can't last more than 1 year. And of course,
all
the way
of
you
the
interpret this,
sub-provisions of tariff, like where it gives president specific tariff authority, she's saying all of those ones have these like limitations on the amount of the tariff, how long the tariff can be, and they include the language that here is missing. So that's what she's suggesting.
To go over X%, or it can't last more than 1 year. And of course, the way you interpret this statute, it has none of those constraints. And the question arises why it is that any president ever would look to the tariffs in Title 19 if, sub silentio, if you will, this statute gives the president the opportunity to blow past those limits.
So why would Why would you ever rely on any of these other authorities? Why would Congress even pass them if they intended this provision to give you the kind of authority that you're suggesting?
This statute has its own constraints. They are constraints that are appropriate for the context, which is internationally arising emergencies. They are careful.
So the constraints are, it's an emergency, right? That's what they're saying. Like, the constraint is, it really has to be an emergency. But who decides that? And Kagan's about to talk shit about that.
Crafted by Congress to address that, and they are admittedly different. They're in Section 1701. The president has to make a formal declaration of a national emergency, which subjects him to particularly intensive oversight by Congress, natural lapsing, repeated review, reports, and so forth. That says you have to consult Congress, do the maximum.
I mean,
So the constraint on the president is he has to make a report, and he has to declare an emergency. That's the constraint that makes this different. Let's see what Kagan says.
Natural lapsing, repeated review, reports, and so forth. It says you have to consult with Congress to do the maximum.
I mean, you yourself think that the declaration of emergency is unreviewable. And even if it's not unreviewable, it's of course the kind of determination that this court would grant considerable deference to the president on. So that doesn't seem like much of a constraint.
But it is,
and in fact, we've had cases recently which deals with the president's emergency powers, and it turns out we're in emergencies everything all the time about like half the world.
Well, this particular emergency is particularly existential, as Executive Order 14257 says.
Existential. So if we don't have these trades, our country might go away.
Crisis, which we had an agreement last week to create progress on, which illustrates the effectiveness of the terrorist tool here. But the point I would make in response to that is, those are, even if there's limited judicial review, which is very natural in the foreign affairs context, this court has always granted the president the presumption that he's acting in good faith. There are real hurdles there, very significant. It's got to be an unusual, extraordinary threat that arises in whole or substantial part outside the United States, so it's entirely foreign-facing into the national security, economy, or foreign policy of the United States. So there are those. Then there's 1701B, which talks about how it can be used for this and for no other purpose. Then there are limitations in Section 1702B. Then there is the limitations I referred to earlier about what he can actually do. He can do a heck of a lot, but only when he's dealing with property in which foreigners have an interest. And that's a pretty narrow domain. That's quite a silo. So
really? It's very narrow? Then why do we have like unlimited universal tariffs everywhere? It seems very narrow.
You may say congressional oversight may not have much bite, but Congress didn't think so. Congress crafted this compromise. It balanced the never-ending tension. When it drafted AEPA, it had its eyes open. As the dissent below says, its eyes open looking at the problem of sweeping emergency powers for an executive who may use them in a way that's excessive versus the need to address unforeseeable
Thank you, General.
Justice Gorsuch.
General, just a few questions following up on the major questions discussions you've had.
So this is the next blow, because Gorsuch is about to come out swinging with some skeptical questions. Does the regular military have to be deployed before the National Guard? It depends when and how. I mean, it depends what you're talking about. Are these being activated under Title 10? Are they being activated under state authorities? What statute is being invoked? Is it the Insurrection Act? Is it any one of these other acts? So it really does depend. That answer can't get any more specific unless you calibrate your question.
Justice Gorsuch.
And even then, right, like we don't have a determination on whether the regular, so I think you might be referencing a decision from the Chicago District Court, the Federal District Court, which contains Chicago in it, that the regular forces is a reference to military, and it would seem to imply that inability to execute the laws with the regular forces is a reference to military regular forces in that specific context. But again, that would only apply with invocations of that statute. So yeah, more specific question.
Well, just a few questions following up on the major questions discussions you've had. You say that we shouldn't be so concerned in the area of foreign affairs because of the president's inherent powers. That's the gist of it, as I understand it, why we should disregard both major questions and non-delegation.
And even there, the gist of it, of why we should disregard major questions and non-delegation. So the way he's phrasing that seems a little hostile. That's the first indication that this is skeptical.
Delegate to the president the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations as he sees fit.
So he's basically asking good questions like, what if Congress said, we're giving the president the total power to regulate foreign commerce? Because that deals with foreigners, so if like foreign countries. So could you delegate all of that? And so he's basically saying, what are the limits here of this gloss on non-delegation and on major questions? Could they really delegate all of their authority there? And even the way he phrases it, disregard. You want us to disregard these principles.
Say that we shouldn't be so concerned. Well, just a few questions following up on the major questions discussions you've had. You say that we shouldn't be so concerned in the area of foreign affairs because of the president's inherent powers. That's the gist of it, as I understand it, why we should disregard both major questions and non-delegation. So could Congress delegate to the president the power to regulate commerce with foreign nations as he sees fit? Pay and collect duties as he sees fit?
We don't assert that here. That would be a much harder case now in 1790.
We don't assert that here. That would be a harder case.
Logic of your view, though?
I don't think so.
Isn't that entailed? And this is a question, like, isn't that entailed that you think Congress could give away all of its power to regulate interstate commerce based on the logic of what you're saying. And so that's a highly skeptical question, saying like, doesn't your logic necessitate, i.e. I think that the logic of what you're saying, which it does, necessitates, and you're not willing to deny it. You're basically saying that you would argue that, but it would be a harder case. Aren't you essentially saying that? So that's highly skeptical.
We're dealing with a statute that was a carefully crafted compromise. It does have all the limitations that I just talked about.
You're saying we shouldn't be concerned with, I want to explain to me how you draw the line, because you say we shouldn't be concerned because this is foreign affairs and the president has inherent authority, and so delegation off the books, more or less. And if that's true.
So delegation off the book, she's basically saying, you're saying if it interacts with foreign powers or some argument about the president's authority, no more non-delegation. So he's interpreting the maximal sense. Again, not a good sign for Trump, because if he's interpreting it that way, which I think is the way you ought to interpret it, that means that he's skeptical that Congress could do that. That Congress could just like close for the day on everything related to foreign powers.
What would prohibit Congress from just abdicating all responsibility to regulate foreign commerce? For that matter, declare war.
Right? Surely there's a presidential role in war making, right? So could Congress just say, hey, the president shall have the decision to declare war? Why not? And what's the distinction there? And so Gorsuch is really pushing hard here, and that's where we get our sixth skeptical judge here. And
we don't contend that he could do that.
Why not?
Well, because we're dealing with a statute.
We don't say he could do that. You don't say he can't.
Again, that has a whole.
I'm not asking about the statute, General. I'm not asking about the statute. I'm asking for your
the power
of the Constitution and why the major questions in non-delegation, what bite it would have in that case.
I would say by then you would move from the area where there's enormous deference to the president, actually both the political branches, where here there's inherent authority, and piled on top of that there's a broad delegation.
You're saying there's inherent authority in foreign affairs, all foreign affairs. So regulate commerce, duties, and tariffs and war. It's inherent authority.
Could you delegate that? And he's basically just drawing a straight line from the arguments to their logical conclusion. So he's just saying, get right to the constitutional issue. Don't talk to me about the statute. Could Congress do it?
All the way down, you say. Fine. Congress decides tomorrow, well, we're tired of this legislating business. We're just going to hand it all off to the president.
And even the way it's so dismissive. Like, let's say Congress is tired of this legislating business. It means he's skeptical that Congress could do this. And it means that he sees an analog with what is being proposed here as the proper interpretation of Congress, and that he would consider this statute, or at least he's suggesting that he would consider the interpretation of the statute as provided by Trump to be similar to just getting tired of legislating and getting tired of doing their job. And so that's very dismissive.
Congress decides tomorrow, well, we're tired of this legislating business. We're just going to hand it all off to the president. What would stop Congress from doing that?
That would be different than a situation where there are metes and bounds, so to speak. It would be a wholesale application.
You say we are not here to judge metes and bounds on the foreign affairs. That's what I'm struggling with. You'd have to have some test. And if it isn't the intelligible principle test or something more bite than that, you're saying something less. Well, what is that less?
I think what
it's basically saying, this is a fantastic question. The whole point is the president's supposed to get deference. So what do metes and bounds even mean if we're not applying some kind of test to define what the metes and bounds are? And you're saying it shouldn't be the intelligible principle test. It should be something even less. What does that even look like if it's so lax already? So that's basically the madness that Trump is suggesting.
Intelligible principle test or something more bite than that. You're saying something less. Well, what is that less?
I think what the court has said in its opinions is just that it applies with much less force, more limited application in this context. So perhaps the right to approach it is a very, very deferential application of the intelligible principle test.
Very deferential application of non-delegation, as though it's already very, very deferential to Congress.
All right, so now you're admitting that there is some non-delegation principle at play here, and therefore major questions as well. Is that right?
Very limited, very, very deferential, limited as well.
And he's got him. Right? So he's saying there is non-delegation. So all this bullshit about there not being any non-delegation in the foreign policy, that's all bullshit, says Gorsuch. And in that way, I think he's more effective of a questioner when he wants to be than Sotomayor sometimes. Sotomayor, I think, is great at times, but his ability to get right and make him uncomfortable, part of that is because he needs his vote, right? He needs actually him to rule on his side. So he's naturally more, I think, wanting to assuage his fears than he is the votes he's already lost, right? He already knows that Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson are gone, but really gets to the heart of it and saying, you admit that there's non-delegation an issue, right?
Non-delegation
and he does what I do. He's about to ask him, admit you were wrong, and he does. It's crazy.
Play here, and therefore major questions.
That's that sort of wholesale application of.
All right, so now you're admitting that there is some non-delegation principle at play here, and therefore major questions as well. Is that right?
Very limited, very, very deferential. Okay. Limited is what, and again, the phrase that Justice Jackson uses, it just does not apply.
I know, but that's where you started off, and now you've retreated from that, as I understand it.
Well, I think we, as our frontline position, is a stronger position, but if the court doesn't accept it, then if there is a highly deferential.
Can you give me a reason to accept it, though? That's what I'm struggling and waiting for. What's the reason to accept the notion that Congress can hand off the power to declare war to the president?
Well, we don't contend that. Again, that would
Well,
be...
you do. You say it's unreviewable. There's no manageable standard, nothing to be done. And now I think you, tell me if I'm wrong. You backed off that position.
maybe that's fair to say.
Okay, all right.
Maybe that's fair to say. You backed off that position. No shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, he's in court before the Supreme Court arguing that Congress, if it wanted to, could like fucking close up shop. As long as you can trivially invoke, like, I don't know, what, foreign power or emergency? Fucking crazy.
That would be an abdication. That would really be an abdication.
You say it's unreviewable. There's no manageable standard, nothing to be done. And now I think you, tell me if I'm wrong. You backed off that position.
Maybe that's fair to say.
Okay, all right.
That would be an abdication. That would really be an abdication, not a delegation.
I'm delighted to hear that. You know. Okay. All right, and I want to return to something Justice Sotomayor asked under this statute. Okay, so now we're in the statute. It's a major question.
So beyond the Constitution, now we're talking about the statute. So beyond the Constitution, let's do statutory interpretation.
50% tariff on gas-powered cars and autos.
Oh, this is great. This is a great question by Gorsuch as well about what if the libs, what if the libs had this power?
Could the president impose a 50% tariff on gas-powered cars and auto parts to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat from abroad of climate change?
It's very likely that could be done. Very likely.
I think that has to be the logic of your view.
Yeah, in other words, obviously this administration would say that's a hoax, it's not a real crisis, but...
I'm sure you would.
Yes, but that would be a question for Congress under our interpretation, not for the courts.
All right. And then on this inherent authority idea, I understand the president's inherent authority in wartime, and a lot of your examples of regulating commerce, and maybe your best one, Hamilton, during the Civil War, they occurred during wartime when the president's commander-in-chief power is clearly in play. Does the president have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime?
No, we do not contend that.
Okay.
And in fact, I cite, if I may, I point the court to two cases. They're Loving against the United States and then Mazzari that's cited in Loving. Those are situations, for example, Loving against the United States, the president had broad Article II inherent authority. There was the commander-in-chief power. But this court held he does not have inherent authority to do the power that was delegated to him, right, which is the power to identify aggravators that make you eligible for the death penalty in court-martial trials. And yet this court said we're not going to see a delegation problem here, even though it's really a wholesale delegation, which would otherwise be legislative authority. It would be kind of like a small version of what your hypothetical would be an abdication. But because you're in a foreign affairs context or their commander-in-chief military context, where the president has his own delegation of authority, he doesn't have the power to do this. But because of his background inherent authority, the court said this is a situation where we're not going to see a delegation problem when there clearly would have been a delegation problem in the domestic context.
Clearly!
And those cases I think are powerful here.
General, if I can cut through those words.
Yeah.
I think you're saying that no, the president doesn't have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime.
Absolutely. That is, we do not assert that. We say that Congress can't delegate that to him, and when Congress does so, as it does when it uses the phrase regulated importation.
I follow all of that. Okay. You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. I mentioned that a couple of times. But don't we...
And this is the practical issue of whether or not it's plausible that after, like, this is another issue of like statutory interpretation, and it's in line with the major questions doctrine, but what Gorsuch is about to ask is like, it's not really true that Congress can trivially take this power back if it wants to, for a bunch of practical reasons, but also the fact that once you hand over this power, you're going to need a supermajority to get rid of it, because any president worth their salt, or any typical president, is not going to give up this expansive authority that they have, if properly interpreted by the court. And so isn't this a reason to caution us to apply the major questions doctrine in this case if such lavish authority would be so difficult to get rid of?
You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. You mentioned that a couple of times. But don't we have a serious retrieval problem here? Because once Congress delegates
retrieval of the power
majority and the president signs it, and of course every president will sign a law that gives him more authority, Congress can't take that back without a supermajority. And even then, it's going to be veto-proof. What president's ever going to give that power back? Pretty rare president. So how should that inform our view of delegations and major questions?
I would look at the balance that Congress struck, because what Congress did initially, it had a two-house legislative veto.
And we struck that down.
And then Congress went back to the statute and amended it. It took out the legislative veto and left it in a joint resolution, but still left the president with all those powers.
That's what Congress did?
Yes.
Fair enough. As a practical matter, in the real world, it can never get that power back.
I disagree, because in January 2023, Congress voted to terminate one of the biggest IEPA emergencies ever, the COVID emergency, and the president went along with that. So what the statute reflects is there's going to be the ability for a sort of political consensus against a declared emergency.
What happens when the president simply vetoes legislation to try to take these powers back?
Well, he has the authority to veto legislation to terminate a national emergency, for example. I mean, he retains the powers in the background because IEPA is still on the books. But if he declares an emergency and Congress doesn't like it and passes a joint resolution, yes, he can absolutely veto that.
Yeah, so Congress is a practical matter.
Thank you, King of Gringos. I really appreciate that. If you guys like the stream, sub to the channel. It's free on YouTube, and give me a follow. It really means a lot. More to come.
Can't get this power back once it's handed it over to the president. It's a one-way ratchet toward the gradual but continual accretion of power in the executive branch and away from the people's elected representatives.
I disagree with that, and the recent historical counterexample of Congress's termination of the COVID emergency demonstrates that the political oversight
With
is
the
baked into
president's
the statute.
assent.
It's meaningful.
With the president's assent, in fact,
Once he lost it by a veto-proof majority in the Senate, I think the position moved. And I
right.
think he realized, and that's the political process working. There was a
it
political
takes a
consensus
supermajority,
against
a
that
veto-proof
coalesce.
majority to get it back. Yeah. Okay. One other question. Do you think tariffs are always foreign affairs?
I do think they would. I can't think of a situation where they're not foreign-facing. You're talking about tariffs on imports. I mean, maybe there are other tariff contexts that I'm not aware of, but yes, they typically would involve a foreign affairs thing. However, in Gibbons against Ogden, if they are revenue-raising tariffs, they would not raise the same sort of like foreign affairs issues as regulatory tariffs.
How do you tell if they're revenue raising or not? Thank you so much for the follow.
Are imposed not for the purpose of raising revenue, but to induce foreign powers to change their behaviors.
So revenue-raising tariffs are not foreign affairs, but regulatory tariffs are.
I don't think a revenue-raising
But aren't all tariffs regulatory by your own logic of what the term regulate means?
tariff would be foreign affairs to the same degree, at least. I think it has a foreign application, obviously, but I don't think it would raise the same issues.
Okay. Thank you, General.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Figuring out what regulate importation means is obviously central here. And for major question purposes, I think the way we think about that kind of question is, does the specific authority, power, major power, now asserted pursuant to that general statutory authorization, was that the kind of power that would have been understood by people, by Congress at the time the general statute was passed, as distinct from being a novel kind of use of that general authority to do something different? Unheralded is the word in our cases. Okay. One problem you have is that presidents since IEPA have not done this. Your primary answer, or one of your many answers to that, is the Nixon example. And that's a good example for you, because Nixon relied on regulate importation to impose a worldwide tariff. Good example. What is our understanding of Congress in 1977 vis-a-vis that Nixon example when Congress reenacts or enacts the regulate importation language into IEPA?
And Kavanaugh's such a fucking hack. I mean, he does the same thing with Anderson, too, is like that we should, he picks and chooses when fucking precedent matters until it doesn't. And this court has been relentless in overturning storied precedent, to say nothing of, like, I don't know, legislating in the shadow of Chevron deference cases, legislating in the shadow of understandings with respect to the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment case. That matters really, like when you have the, whatever the case now, I'm not even remember the name of the case. I used to know the name of the case, that where a Supreme Court justice writing circuit. Yeah, that really informs how we should think of the, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So he's just a fucking hack. Precedent matters until it doesn't. And now we should read into federal circuit precedent or intermediate appellate precedent and act as though Congress is like in the weeds on that precedent, and as though that is like deciding for what the Supreme Court should say. As though, how ridiculous is it, right? Like, you're not letting Supreme Court precedent stop you from reaching the decisions that you want on these other big cases, but you're going to let this fucking court that doesn't even exist anymore dictate the outcome of this case? It's fucking crazy.
Congress at that time was fully aware that a Court of Appeals with exclusive jurisdiction had interpreted that very phrase very visibly, very prominently, to include the power to tariff, and then reenacted it without change. The court addressed a kind of lesser situation in Algonquin when it came to Section 122, and the court said President Nixon interpreted this to include a tariffing power, a tariffing-like power, and then Congress a few months later reenacted the language without change, and that's powerful evidence of congressional acquiescence. So that immediately historical background is very powerful, and it's buttressed, of course, by sources going back to the founding, where we say the phrase regulate importation, a quintessential application of that is the power to tariff. That's how you regulate.
Why, this may require some speculation on your part, economic philosophy, et cetera, but I'll ask it. Why do you think Presidents Clinton, Bush, Obama have not used IEPA to impose tariffs on, because there have been trade disputes, and certainly, President Bush, steel imports and the like. Why do you think IEPA has not been used?
If you look at those 69 emergencies, in fact, you go through them one at a time, which we had our team do, it's really hard to find one where you look at that emergency and you say, oh, tariffs is the natural tool you would use to address that emergency. So, for example, the Blood Diamond emergency, tariffing these sort of, criminal organizations in Africa that are financing terrorism to the sale of diamonds, you don't really tariff them. Or you take, the Iranian hostage crisis. President Carter didn't say, oh, you've seized all of our, embassy personnel, you're holding them hostage, we're going to tariff you, right? And if you go through those emergencies, there are two emergencies, though, where tariffs are the obvious natural tool for a president to use. One is the Nixon balance of payments deficit problem.
No, I mean, if I had to bet, I think that they're going to, based on the questions, overturn the tariffs, but don't count on it. I would say that's like 70% at this point, but don't count on it. Don't ever count on it. And maybe they won't even, maybe they won't let them, the importers get their money back, because they should get their money back.
And the others,
and so should consumers. So should fucking consumers.
Particular emergency. And also there's political reasons. I think that it's no question that President Trump is by far the most comfortable with the tariffs as a tool, both of economic and foreign policy, than many of the others presidents may have been. I mean, there are presidents like President Bush who, probably wouldn't have naturally, selected that particular tool or method. But if you go through all 69 of those intervening emergencies, what they have not done, at least, is they have not identified where they say, oh, here's one where tariffs would have been the obvious tool, but the president didn't use it.
Algonquin, as you've mentioned many times, is obviously very important here for us to understand exactly what's going on in Algonquin. The phrase there is different, adjust imports, and they really, the other side, your friend on the other side, really relies on the difference in language. And I just want you to give your best answer to why regulate importation encompasses tariffs when we held that adjust imports would encompass monetary exactions.
Three answers, if I may. Adjust is narrower than regulate. And so, therefore,
so it follows.
Second answer, adjust is the second Black's Law Dictionary definition of regulate. The Black's Law Dictionary, our original plain meaning dictionary definition, says adjust by rule, mode, or rule, method, or established mode. So there's just a plain meaning link there. Regulate, adjust is a kind of regulation. And then I think far more importantly, regulate importation. I can't emphasize enough. Going back to the time of the founding has been understood that the manner in which you regulate importation, the natural way to do that is to tariff. So it'd be textually astonishing, given that historical pedigree, going back to Gibbons, going back to Madison's letter to Cabell, and all the historical sources cited in our briefs. It'd be kind of astonishing to say, hey, President, you can regulate imports, but we're not saying this explicitly, but you do not have the power to tariff, when the tariffing is, in many ways, the quintessential way of regulating importation. So that historical pedigree sort of gives freighted meaning to that two-word phrase.
And last, you had some discussion about license fee versus tariffs, if there's a distinction. I mean, the council in the oral argument in Algonquin said they're all monies exacted on imports, so in that sense, it certainly is a tariff, and hence all the incidents and the economic effect of a tariff. But we can't rely on what the council said in Algonquin. Isn't there a difference of sorts, at least, between a tariff and a license fee? You answered this, I think, briefly before, but I want to make sure, because I think this could be an important point, because I want to know Algonquin to decide this case. So give me your best shot on that.
I agree that there is, maybe in mind, there's a formal distinction. But as a practical matter, I think what counsel was probably arguing there is that there really isn't much of an important distinction. And I would point to the passage in Algonquin where the court says, look, they conceded that this includes the power to quota, and since quotas are a quantitative method, it would make no sense for Congress not to grant the qualitative method, and all the more so here, if there's a concession, as they do in some of the red
one time the court said monetary methods, i.e. license fees, and the next page said monetary exactions, i.e. license fees and duties.
I think the court bought these.
It's important to be consistent.
There's really not a lot of daylight between those two. As a practical matter, certainly almost no daylight. And so then the question that
you say almost no daylight, just.
I would say that they're economic equivalents. Legally, they're pretty much the same. So I really don't see a big distinction there. And of course, the logic of Algonquin was.
So someone says, I believe they'll strike the reciprocal tariffs, but keep this page repeat fentanyl-based tariffs under IEPA. But understand, right? Like, this is about whether or not they even have the authority to impose any tariffs at all, right? So one is like whether or not the emergency is sufficiently subsumed under IEPA. But this is about whether IEPA gives the power to impose tariffs in any respect. So under this argument, right, and where the court seemingly is posing its questions, would apply to both the fentanyl and the reciprocal tariffs, because they're both invocations of the power to tariff, which is the very question at issue here, which is like, what does this power, is it included in IEPA? So those are going to rise and fall together based on the questions being asked by the court. But the emergency aspect, I actually, I do see the potential for disparate outcomes there.
Quantitative methods quotas are allowed. Therefore, it would make no sense at all to interpret this not to include the qualitative or the monetary exaction methods. Well, if we're talking about a distinction between regulated importation, including licenses that can come with fees, but not tariffs.
No. So he's arguing that it's under IEPA, but that the reading of IEPA should be informed by the president's role, and that the doctrines that would kind of countenance reading IEPA more narrowly don't apply because of the constitutional role of the president. So he very much does rely on IEPA, but that the president's inherent authority is informative on how you should read IEPA. Hard to disentangle the constitutional argument from how you should read the statute based on his understanding.
That logic applies all the more so.
Thank
It
you.
makes no sense.
Justice Barrett?
Well, I think in Algonquin there was a formal distinction that mattered, because at that oral argument, counsel pointed out that the uniformity clause would kick in, and the constitutional uniformity requirement would apply to tariffs if it was that way, and speculated that the reason that the government may have set it up as a licensing scheme with licensing fees was to avoid that. So I do think there are some distinctions, but keeping that in mind, if you say that there really is, as a practical matter, no difference, this is kind of what I'm hung up on in license, that maybe you can help. So in IEPA, Justice Sotomayor is right, license is used as a noun, but it's one of the means necessary. So in Algonquin, it was by any means necessary adjust. Here the statute says the president may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, regulate importation, which is the key part for our purposes. So the means it specifies are instructions, licenses, or otherwise. So I think it would, one argument might be that it would have been natural for Congress to put the president may, by means of instructions, licenses, tariffs, or otherwise. With an adjustum generis thing, I think you have to rely on the or otherwise picking up more. Or if there really is no practical difference between licenses and tariffs, why aren't you making the argument, or why didn't the president structure this as a licensing fee scheme? How do I understand that language? Or am I just misunderstanding it and this language is totally irrelevant?
I think that, here's the way I'd respond to that. I think that language powerfully reinforces our position as the way you've laid it out right there. Because, first of all, regulated importation, we say, and based on extensive historical pedigree, the core application of that is tariffing. To list tariffing again would have been essentially redundant and unnecessary, especially if you look at the specific historical background of TWIA, where TWIA was enacting a tariffing power or a licensing.
So he's saying the reason that they don't put tariffs here is because it's already included in regulate importation. But that doesn't make any sense either. I just thought about this. But like, if tariff is included in regulate importation, why isn't license included in regulate importation such that it would be redundant to include license in regulate importation? You understand? You can't, on the one hand, argue that regulate is so broad it includes tariff, but doesn't include licensing? How does, licensing, how is that also not included in regulation? I don't even think it's making any fucking sense. And then ultimately, if this is equivalent to a tariff, then yeah, tariff by means of tariff, make that make sense.
Like power, that was described as, again, duties and tariffs equivalently.
Okay, but I don't understand, because I think you have to put together A1 and then B. So I think what you would be saying is he may prescribe by means of tariffs.
I think what you're saying is by means of instruments, licenses, or otherwise.
Instructions, licenses, or otherwise.
Instructions, licenses,
tariffs?
otherwise.
Okay.
That otherwise, I mean, if you say instructions, licenses, or otherwise, and we're asserting power that's very, very similar to licensing, otherwise naturally carries that with it. But that's not our principal position. Our principal position is regular importation means that.
Okay.
Right? And so you don't need to say it again. However, if Congress has authorized them to do it by licenses,
Wait, you do need to see licenses?
Economically equivalent to tariffs, and it says otherwise, that just reinforces the same conclusion that we get.
That doesn't make any sense, because regulated importation should also include licenses, and so there's a surplusage argument on licenses too. So I don't really think that follows. That's not convincing me at all. I don't know why Barrett would be convinced by that.
And just to follow up on Justice Gorsuch's thing about how can Congress ever get this delegation back, you said, well, listen, you point to the Congress's ability to terminate emergencies, which it's done. But if Congress ever wanted to get the tariffing power back, it would have to have a veto-proof majority, because regardless of the emergency, so if Congress wanted to reject let's say that we adopt your interpretation of the statute. If Congress said, whoa, we don't like that, that gives the president too much authority under IEPA, it's going to have a very hard time pulling the tariff power out of IEPA, correct?
I don't know if it'd be a hard time. Certainly, we have to have a statutory amendment, which would be true of any case where this court definitively interprets a statute. Yes, I think that.
But definitively interpreting a statute that grants presidential power makes it particularly hard to get the president to not want to veto something which, as Justice Gorsuch is pointing out, has him lose power. All right, I want to ask you a question about unusual and extraordinary threats, which we have not talked about yet, and I specifically want to talk about the reciprocal tariffs. These are imposed on, these are kind of across the board. And so is it your contention that every country needed to be tariffed because of threats to the defense and industrial base? Spain, France, I could see it with some countries, but explain to me why as many countries needed to be subject to the reciprocal tariff policy as are.
Yeah, Executive Order 14257 spells out the nature of the emergency and basically says that there's this sort of lack of reciprocity, this asymmetric treatment of our trade with respect to foreign countries' trade that does run across the board. This is a global problem. And if that puts in context the argument they make that this power to tariff is so broad because you're applying to every country in the world, that conflates the nature of the tool, tariffing, which they're challenging here, with the nature of the declared emergency, which they haven't disputed. They haven't disputed, for example, that the president has correctly identified that virtually every major trading partner has this long-standing asymmetric unfair treatment of our trade.
They've disputed whether it meets the statutory language.
So broad is really based on a conflation of two different things. One is the power, right? Imagine this. Imagine that, for example, President Reagan wanted to convince South Africa to change its apartheid policies, and he had imposed tariffs on them. No one would bat an eyelash and say, well, that's too broad, that can't be in IEPA. The power to tariff is fits naturally with all those powers to block, prohibit, and seize and so forth. But they're saying this is so broad because the emergency is so broad. But of course, that's a presidential determination and there's all kinds of basis for it. And also, keep in mind that the emergency is not like just the asymmetric treatment, it's the impact of the asymmetry, the underlying conditions, the hollowing out of our manufacturing base, the vulnerability of our supply chains, and of course, our defense industrial base is vulnerability of key inputs.
Justice.
No, I wouldn't conceptualize it as a reduction in executive authority, because I would deny that they ever had that authority. Most significant reduction in actual authority, maybe one of them. I'm trying to think of other examples. It would be a significant one, yeah, of actual authority, but it's certainly not of constitutional executive authority in the, I guess, realist sense of it. But in the actual sense, yeah, for sure.
Jackson?
So as I understand your response to Justice Barrett in that last question, you're saying that the power to tariff fits naturally with the power to block and seize. That was your example. But I guess I'm trying to understand then your argument from the text of the actual statute, because the statute, unlike what you suggested to Justice Kagan, is focused on the actual actions that the president can take. In response to Justice Kagan, I understood you to say that Congress was giving the president broad authority to act, and it was within a particular domain, which is the domain of emergencies with respect to foreign power, but the president could basically do a lot of things. But when I read the statute, it is telling the president exactly what he can do: investigate, block during the pendency of an investigation, regulate, direct, and compel, nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit. And I guess what is a little concerning to me is that your argument suggests that we should see the phrase imposed tariffs in that same series of things that the president.
When I mean actual sense, I just mean in terms of what people with guns and with power are actually doing. That's what I mean by actual. So I think it would be, an actual gain by Trump, and that he's doing things that other presidents haven't done, and that it's actually happening. And then presumably, supposing that he actually follows the law, wouldn't be doing it anymore.
President could do. We don't see that word, and instead you take regulate and say that must mean that. So I guess I'm getting back to Justice Barrett's maybe original question, which was where else in the code has Congress used the word regulate to sub in for imposed tariffs?
And then this court's opinions, of course, have used regulate and import, or have pointed out that duties are the natural way to regulate foreign commerce.
But you're saying we should not have expected to see the same level of granularity with respect to the president's authority to impose tariffs as we see here: investigate, block, direct and compel, nullify, et cetera.
I think it'd be very unusual for Congress to spell out all the ways that you can regulate in that.
So regulate.
But they did, right? Because licenses, investigations, like blocking stuff, those are kinds of regulation too, unless you're not going to say, oh no, regulate only means tariff. Ooh, this is so horrible, man. He's getting grilled. This fucking sucks.
Direct and compel, nullify, et cetera.
I think it'd be very unusual for Congress to spell out all the ways that you can regulate.
They did.
In that.
So regulate becomes a big catch-all. The rest of the other things.
Well, I mean, we have a concession of that from the other side. That regulate at least includes qualitative methods, quantitative methods, quotas, licenses. I can see that regulate. There's a lot in regulate that's not spelled out there. And our point is, you don't need to spell out tariffs because that's like of all of them the most natural, the most quintessential method of regulating imports.
And yet, many presidents have not used regulate in this way to impose tariffs. I understand you point to President Nixon. We have licenses from Lincoln, but
as
no one else.
Justice Kavanaugh, presidents who are faced with international crises to which tariffing is the natural response, that's President Nixon and President Trump, have invoked this authority. And also, frankly, President Trump invoked this authority.
Except you're the one who's saying that this balance of deficits shit has been happening. We've been ripped off for years and years and years, and Trump is just more sensitive to it. So that's just really talking about Trump's sensitivities as opposed to the actual crises, which you say has been like long-standing.
May of 2019 as well.
It's not like the balance of deficit like has substantially changed in the last 4 years.
More historically attested than they can see.
Let me just ask one more question about the unusual threat. So in your conversation with Justice Gorsuch, that we had the climate change tariff hypo, and you indicated that there would be challengers to the notion that that was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And I'm just wondering, under your position, would they be able to make a legal challenge? Are you saying the court would not be able to review?
On that particular hypothetical, I think I said that'd be a question for Congress.
So not a...
I don't. In other words, that would be the sort of thing that courts would want to wade into. Is this really?
So he's saying if you declared a climate emergency, courts couldn't look into whether that was an emergency. Courts couldn't look into that, right? Courts wouldn't be able to actually determine whether or not that was an emergency. So you could just say anything foreign, and the courts just have to accept it. And so a liberal can say any foreign thing, and they can impose any amount of tariffs under their
emergency.
version.
That would not be probably very unlikely. That'd be a situation where at least there'd be very, very, very deferential judicial review of that kind of determination.
No, I'm asking you. Right, those are two different things. Is there no judicial review, or is there deferential?
Our frontline, Trump against Hawaii. Our frontline position is that it falls within the ultimate specter. It's committed to the president's discretion when he makes his determination of a national emergency. But the court doesn't have to decide that because whatever review is very, very deferential. It's easily satisfied here.
Thank you.
Thank you,
No
counsel.
review. He said no review.
Mr. Katyal?
This is the
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Tariffs are taxes. They take dollars from Americans' pockets and deposit them in the U.S. Treasury. Our founders gave that taxing power to Congress alone. Yet here, the president bypassed Congress and imposed one of the largest tax increases in our lifetimes. Many doctrines explain why this is illegal, like the presumption that Congress speaks clearly when it imposes taxes and duties, and the major questions doctrine. But it comes down to common sense. It's simply implausible that in enacting IEEPA, Congress handed the president the power to overhaul the entire tariff system and the American economy in the process, allowing him to set and reset tariffs on any and every product from any and every country at any and all times. And as Justices Gorsuch and Barrett just said, this is a one-way ratchet. We will never get this power back if the government wins this case. What president wouldn't veto legislation to rein this power in and pull out the tariff power? IEEPA is a sanction statute. It's not a tax statute where Congress gave away the store. Congress knows exactly how to delegate its tariff powers every time for 238 years. It's done so explicitly, always with real limits. IEEPA looks nothing like those laws. It uses regulate, which Congress has used hundreds of times, never once to include tariffs, and it lacks the limits of every other tariff statute. And that is why, even though presidents have used IEEPA to impose economic sanctions thousands of times, no president in IEEPA's 50-year lifetime has ever tried to impose tariffs. And the president bypassed statutes that do address tariffs, like Section 122 for large and serious trade deficits, but that imposes a clear guardrail, 15% cap, 150-day limit. This is Youngstown at its lowest ebb. If the government wins, another president could declare a climate emergency and impose huge tariffs without fines or without floors or ceilings, as Justice Gorsuch said. My friend's answer, this administration would declare it a hoax. The next president may not quite say that. This is an open-ended power to junk the tariff laws and is certainly not conveyed by the word regulate. I welcome the court's questions.
Wouldn't your argument also apply to embargoes?
So, and this is the argument in the fine dissent below, and I think there are three answers to that, Justice Thomas. The first is revenue raising. Embargoes stop the shipment. Tariffs start the tax bill. They are first and foremost ways of regulating revenue. As some of your own opinions said, this is the way we actually chiefly got revenue for the first 100 years of our republic. Tariffs are constitutionally special because our founders feared revenue raising, unlike embargoes. You know, there was no Boston embargo party, but there was certainly a Boston Tea Party. The second thing, textually, in the statute, it's different. Regulate appears in a cluster of verbs, as was said before, investigate, block, nullify, and the like. They describe embargo-like controls, prevent and prohibit, for example. But they don't describe revenue exactions. That's Justice.
So what he's saying is, yeah, that doesn't say embargo, but look at where regulation is. Well, so for one, it's like the background consideration that the founders and framers were specifically concerned with revenue raising. That's why he brings up the Boston Tea Party or whatever. But like, look, regulate next to its compatriots, right? Remember the example I said, dogs, cats, and other animals. And look at the context surrounding it. Nullify, void, prevent, prohibit. None of these are revenue raising. So that should should guide our interpretation of the more capacious verb regulate. And especially given how Congress has spoken more clearly when it comes to revenue raising thing in every other context.
Kagan's point. The one verb that's missing here is anything about raising revenue whatsoever. Another point, congressional displacement. Today, there's a whole host of statutes in the tariff architecture of Title 19, which both expressly confer the power to tariff and always impose clear limits. Embargoes by the president, embargoes don't have any of that. They don't set aside that whole thing. If you look at the learning resources brief at page 5, it goes through these statutes in detail. Section 122 expressly says duties and then limits it, 15%, 150 days. Section 201, any duty on the imported article, but it requires ITC findings. Section 301, impose duties. That's the language of the statute, but all sorts of procedural restrictions. Section 338, the same. I can go through this, and I could start, by the way, Justice Thomas, with the statutes at the founding, all of which expressly said the word tariff or an equivalent.
Let's go back to your non-delegation point. It would seem that if the tariff power cannot be delegated, your argument on non-delegation would also have to apply to embargoes and to quotas.
No, Your Honor, because I think tariffs, because they're uniquely revenue-raising, impose special, unique concerns that go back to our founding. And so I don't think that they apply to embargoes. And indeed, the history of this is very, very clear. As you just heard my friend say, in 1790, George Washington was delegated massive embargo power from the Congress. But what did Congress not do? And this is why the example cuts the other way. They never gave the president any sort of delegation of tariff authority at the time. Our point is not you can't delegate tariff authority. It's simply that you've got to do so with intelligible principles. And what you just heard my friend say is every single limit in IEPA is one that is not judicially enforceable. There's no limit whatsoever. And indeed, the main limit that was in there, he calls this uncompromised position. The only compromise in 1977 was a legislative veto. And as this case comes to the court, that's no longer in the statute at all. So,
could it not be argued that the point of tariffs isn't to raise revenue? If the goal is to bring back manufacturing, ideally you'd raise no revenue. The whole point that I would have is like, not that tariffs, like, that their purpose is to raise revenue or not. It's that they actually raise revenue. So it's not really about the greater purpose in my mind. It's just like, does it actually raise revenue?
Well, yes, sure, the tariffs are a tax, and that's a core power of Congress. But they're a foreign-facing tax, right? And that foreign affairs is a core power of the executive. And I don't think you can dismiss the consequences. I mean, we didn't stay this case, and one thing is quite clear is that the foreign-facing tariffs have in several situations.
Right, and we are.
I'm sorry. Were quite effective in achieving particular objectives. So I don't think you can just separate it when you say, well, this is a tax to Congress's power. It implicates very directly the president's foreign affairs power.
Yeah. Mr. Chief Justice, we don't disagree with a large part of that. We think instead of thinking about foreign versus domestic, the better way of thinking about it is Article 1 versus Article 2. And as my friend finally conceded to Justice Gorsuch, there is no Article 2 power here, at least when we're talking about peacetime.
Well, you don't agree with a large part. What's the little part that you do disagree?
So we agree. We agree with the idea that tariffs have foreign policy implications. Absolutely. Our founders recognize that. That's in the Federalist Papers. But nonetheless, they exclusively committed that power to the Congress in Article 1, Section 8 and gave it as its first power. So when you hear my friends cite cases like Egan and Garamendi, they just don't apply to this specific unique situation in which Congress has given that power. And if you were tempted by this, I think the best place to look is Youngstown, because what Justice Jackson said, and I was surprised that he quoted pages 652, because what Justice Jackson said is, quote, emergency powers tend to kindle emergencies, so it's essential the public may know the extent and limitations of the powers that can be asserted, and persons affected may be informed from the statute of its rights and duties. And Justice Jackson went on to say there that it's notable our founders didn't give the president revenue-raising power even in a time of war.
Can I just get a clarification of your answer, which is you agree if the word tariff were in the statute, that would be acceptable and constitutionally permissible, correct?
No, well, it'd be constitutionally permissible. The question would then be, is the open-ended assertion of power here? Because every other tariff
I get as applied to this case, but the general point is, yes, Congress, you said it's assigned to Congress, but Congress can grant authority to presidents to impose.
Can Congress grant all of its tariff authority? To the president? I don't think so. I think there needs to be like real intelligible principles. It's certainly not unreviewable discretion, right? Are we what are you suggesting, Kavanaugh, that can happen? That the Congress can also, for example, delegate all war making, like war declaring power to the president? Is this really what you want to do?
Tariffs,
Absolutely.
as a general proposition.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have to figure out then what regulate importation means. And you've heard my questions. If this statute came out of nowhere in 1977, I think your case would be, obviously stronger. We have to figure out, at least I want to figure out what the Nixon precedent stands for and what Algonquin stands for. On the Nixon precedent, the question is, I think, was Congress aware of that, meaning that when they used regulate importation and it's now being used to encompass tariffs, that's not unheralded because Congress was well aware. President Nixon announced those tariffs in a nationwide primetime speech, 10% across the board in August 1971. It was not some kind of little piece of paper. So it was well known. The question then is, was Congress, why didn't they change the language? Why didn't they say regulate but not tariffs? That's kind of the difficult question from the Nixon precedent that I'll give you an opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh. So 5 answers on the Nixon precedent. First, there is no evidence that Congress thought it was ratifying Yoshida. It was a single court of appeals case.
It's not some of my question. I never mentioned Yoshida. It's the use by the president of that power under regulated importation.
Oh, if we're just talking about that.
So Congress should be thought of as ratifying Nixon's action. Like, why? Why should we think that way?
President Nixon did not rely on the statute whatsoever. I mean, that's very clear. In fact, we have a Marshall McLuhan moment here because you have before you Alan Wolf, the person who was there in the room with Nixon, saying Nixon totally disagreed that the statute applied. So if we're just talking about Nixon, I don't think it can get the government where.
Go to your other four.
So I think the only way it does any work is if the president is through the vehicle of Yoshida, and that's what I take it the government is arguing. And with respect to that, this cert-denied intermediate court of appeals decision, I don't think it can come close to overcoming the clear, plain text. The word regulate is words regulate importation. The word regulate has never been used. The Congress uses the term 1,499 times. We've got about that number of hits when we look at it, and maybe there's some double counting, but it is never used even once to impose taxes or revenue raising. And that was the question that Justice Barrett was asking. And so I don't think that this intermediate court of appeals decision will get you there. And then even if you thought that Congress knew about Yoshida, and even if you thought they liked it, which there's absolutely zero evidence of, I don't think that helps the government for reasons that Justice Alito was pointing to, because Yoshida said 3 things. A, TWIA doesn't give the unlimited authority that the government is seeking here. B, they were only upholding the limited specific assertion of authority that President Nixon sought there. And third, going forward, the solution, they said in footnote 33, was to use Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act, 15%, 150 days. So we have no problem with the president doing that. It's just that this president has torn up the entire tariff architecture. For example, he's tariffing Switzerland, one of our allies, which we have a trade surplus, 39%. That is just not something that any president has ever had the power to do in our history. And the idea that Congress, by implication, did this in 1977 and handed him all this power, I think is really difficult.
Just ask the other. Go ahead.
Let's start with just the bare statutory language. You have arguments about structure. You have arguments about history. There are strong arguments, but let's just start with the bare statutory language.
Oh, that's another skeptical comment by Alito, but he's going to press the lib side a little bit.
Regulate importation. If we disregard all of the rest, would you just...
If we disregard all of the contexts that are strong arguments in your favor, will you admit that sometimes regulate can mean in tariff? Could mean, yes. I think you should
that would include the imposition of a fee?
So if it's revenue, yeah, we do dispute that, absolutely.
What if there were a statute that said, suppose that there's a particular national park that's very crowded, and Congress passes a statute that says the National Park Service may...
Yeah, I just think that you should grant it. Yeah, in some context, I can imagine agreeing that regulate could include a fee. Not in this context. I mean, I don't understand why you fight that.
Regulate admission to the park.
Because he's just saying discount. And you just repeat it. Justice Alito, if you discount congressional context, if you discount structure, if you discount history, if you discount the whole code, if you discount the nature of tariffs and the specific constitutional concern, yes, I can imagine some context, including the examples you're giving, where regulate could include imposing a fee. I'm just saying you grant it.
Would you say, well, that does not allow them to impose a fee?
So, Your Honor, sometimes we think of fees as not revenue raising, but rather capturing the cost of government services. In your example, the going to the park, that may, those kinds of cases, which you think.
Suppose it goes beyond the cost of running the park. Congress just wants to control admission to the park. Right?
One thing he's very effective at is, if he cares to, asking questions that make people uncomfortable. This is an example. Assume that away. Yeah, it's beyond just the cost of services.
Delayed admission. Wouldn't that include the imposition of a fee?
So if it doesn't raise revenue, then and it's not about that, then I think that's fine. If it does,
it raises revenue. Then I think it's a tougher hypothetical. That wouldn't apply.
So I think in that circumstance that it wouldn't be a regulation in context. It wouldn't be permitted. That is, at least in the context of tariffs and trade, we know, Justice Alito.
Well, that gets into your other arguments. We start out with the bare statutory language, and That was what my question was about.
Yeah, but what use is that, by the way, just to examine like language in isolation, not even including the context that this is a trade restriction? So I just think you grant it. Yeah, I guess in some context by itself, maybe it does. But you would have to assume away a lot, including the fact that there's a fucking trade statute and an emergency one at that.
I think all tariffs are revenue raising. Suppose that instead of imposing these across-the-board tariffs, suppose that an executive order imposed a tariff on one particular country and provided that this would take effect in 90 days. And suppose that within those 90 days, an agreement is reached with that country so that no tariff is ever collected. Would that be a revenue-raising tariff?
I take it the initial point, and on its face, it is revenue-raising, that's what it's for, and so I think that would.
But you just never actually imposed it? I don't know. Have you actually imposed the tariff? Oh, the threat of a tariff. Is the threat of a tariff, are you allowed to threaten tariffs? Tough question.
Look, I don't doubt that there are edge cases. That is what this court's confronted just recently in FCC.
Probably like unreviewable. I don't know.
Versus Consumer Research, and you
like Trump threatens a lot of stuff that he's not allowed to do. I was like, I don't know.
Said, look, what is a tax is sometimes very hard. What is revenue raising? This is obviously revenue raising. Their own brief to the court says it's going to raise $4 trillion. And Justice Alito, you in your Consumers Research dissent, or Justice Gorsuch's dissent that you joined, said taxation is special and different. And it is the most powerful thing the government does. And the idea that Congress, when they know exactly how to write tariff and tax statutes, gave this power by implication through the word regulate, I think is very, very hard.
But you cite many different statutory.
Okay, guys. Unfortunately, time is up. I gotta go. Wish I could listen to more of it. I'll be back tomorrow. But I appreciate you guys listening. If you want more, just go to the oral arguments. You're partway through the respondents. But yeah, long and short of it is commentators with a knowing eye think that the tariffs are potentially in danger. Do not take that as a foregone conclusion. But this is fucking ridiculous. The notion that this could be legal, that Congress would have given this kind of authority to just make limitless fucking tariffs, when obviously the role of Congress is supreme in terms of setting taxes. You would never allow this. Imagine that Congress is like, yeah, the president can set the IRS tax rates and the income rate. Like, no, of course fucking not. This is not something that Congress did delegate or could delegate. It is totally preposterous, beyond the pale. He should lose. We should support him losing. Trump should continue to lose. And by the way, shout out to all the fucking homies in the chat and elsewhere that made yesterday's landslide victory, blue wave, happen. Let's keep it going. Not one foot off the pedal. Love you guys very much. Follow the channel. Sub to the channel. Follow the Twitch. Do all the things. I love you guys very much. See you tomorrow. If I have some busy shit, but I hope. Probably. Love you guys.